Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, for the people that are signing in to the public sign-in sheet, please be aware that there are two different meetings that will be occurring today. We have an ABC meeting that will be taking place shortly, and we have a special city council meeting which will be taking place at 6 o'clock. If you do not have any ABC license issues, we do not recommend that you sign up for public comment for this meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, I am ready to begin as soon as Joe sits down. Thank you. Like for real. Not him. It's not. It's just like we're all running late. You know the special meeting's at 6.
Madam President, I believe we have a quorum. We can start
Hey, she's been through that all.
when you wish with the ABC meeting. Yes. Okay, okay, thank you.
I know. Hold on.
Probably gonna take that gavel.
You got it?
Yeah.
We're gonna get ready to call this meeting to order. Mr. Garcia, if you may.
Certainly, Madam President, I understand we have a quorum.
Yes.
City of Trenton ABC Board Meeting, July 29th, 2025
Hold on.
is called to order.
We need you all to please quiet down as we begin the ABC board meeting. If you have signed up on the sheet, this is for the ABC board meeting, and then the special meeting will begin at 6 p.m. directly after this meeting. Thank you. Can you please place your phones on silent too? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. City of Trenton ABC Board Meeting, July 29th, 2025 is now called to order. Please stand and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, filed in the city clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Vice President Edwards.
Present.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Present.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. For the record, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg plans to, I do understand she plans to be here and remotely. So we will wait on her appearance. Councilwoman Frisbee.
Present.
Councilman Harrison.
Present.
Councilwoman Williams.
Present.
Council President Gonzalez.
Presente.
Myself, Brandon Garcia, Municipal Clerk, present. Mr. Edward Kaloji is excused from this meeting, and we plan to have him for the following. Mr. Wesley Bridges, City Attorney. Thank you. And Madam President, at this time, if you would like, I will read the invocation.
Yes, please.
Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen. And Madam President, if we're moving on to new business at this time, we have renewals on our agenda here. Those items, as I understand it, have been vetted by the license inspector as well as the ABC officer. And if you have any questions in those items, I would imagine you'd like to ask those now, unless you are willing to move to a consent agenda.
So I have one quick question, and I know Councilman Frisbee had some. I don't know if any other council members have any questions on any of the items.
I have a general question.
General one, and anyone else? Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to make sure as a condition for renewal of the license that all of these locations, all of our actual ABC controlled locations have had an audit to make sure that they have their cameras in due process and are functioning and are able to provide footage upon request to the police department, which was the ordinance passed by this body a few years ago. So thank you.
That's for
Council
Director.
President, if I may,
Yes, Director.
Councilman Williams, I did have a brief conversation about that. I thought it was a good idea. As you may recall, this body passed a ordinance some time ago requiring license to have certain surveillance, and there was some debate about the cost of that, and that was resolved. Yes, it's a good idea to do an audit to confirm compliance and put whatever enforcement measures are in place. And really the questions have become, how do we staff that and how do we man that? But I think it's a conversation that should be had, and the conversation is ripe at this time. It's just a matter of conducting that audit and who's going to be responsible for it.
Excuse me.
But I hope if we can put together just, once we get through this meeting, make sure ABC officer goes out and can provide a report that all our licensees, maybe by December, because I know we don't have a lot of staffing, that everyone does have their cameras on the inside and outside and they're in working order, and what, we need to make sure as far as if an incident happens that they can get the footage.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep. Councilwoman Frisbee, I want to yield to you just in case you still, I don't know if you have your answers to your questions.
So thank you, Madam President. So just so that I'm transparent with the public, I did put in a request to get the answer to whether or not we as a body could put a moratorium on the pocket licenses. The reason I asked that is because we have licenses here that have been dormant, that have been pocket licenses for 13, 14, 15 years. And there are people in our community that are growing a business and can't get a license because they are being taken. They are taken by others who are not doing anything with them. So as I understand it, we cannot put a moratorium on pocket licenses, but it is something that I would like to revisit to see if we can do something that limits how long someone can keep a pocket license in the city of Trenton. Next, I also wanted to address on Resolution 25101. The homeowner's address is not on on here. Yeah, the homeowner's address needs to be added to this. It is missing. Then on Resolution 25-108, the question is asked, how long has it been inactive? And they said that the answer is soon as it's signed. That is not a date. We need a date on there as opposed to as soon as it's signed. What date, what year was it assigned on 25-108? And I think that that's it for now. The other ones, I did get a response from Councilwoman, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you. Madam President.
So she asked some of the questions I had, but Director Bridges, just a sidebar. With the pocket license, I thought there was a law that was changed that there is a limit to someone having pocket license. Is that accurate or no?
I'm not aware of that. I've researched this when I got Councilwoman Frisbee's a question rather, and the transfer of that pocket license has to be a person-to-person transfer, and there is no deadline for them to use it. If one of the suggestions I had is if we are able to identify licenses that have not been used for a long period of time, it would be a good idea to put the person or entity interested in purchasing those pocket licenses in contact with them so that they can negotiate a private sale with respect to that. I will look, and I did see in your email, there was a special ruling on NJSA 33:1-1218. I will look into that further, but based on my research, there is no rule that you have to use it or lose it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam President. There was,
Forgive me if I may add to that.
Mhm.
The only thing that I know that has been done or that I've heard of in the past is that there have been instances where hearings can be called for individuals to come in to ask what the reasoning behind their holding on to the license as opposed to using the license. So you are able to, at some point, compel the individuals to come in unless they're able to provide in writing, specific circumstances, then you're able to hold them to a hearing as to why they have not moved the license.
So we can call them in for hearing?
Yes,
Or- okay.
that's absolutely in council's right to do that, to get an idea as to what their intentions are with respect to that license.
Thank you.
and Madam President, if I may, there was one other one.
Mhm.
25-102. The question is asked, is this license actively being used and the answer is no. But then it also says no to if this is a pocket license, and it can't be no on both lines. It is either a pocket license and the answer, it is a pocket license, or it is being used and then no, it is not a pocket license. So that also needs to be addressed.
That was 102?
And that's 25-102.
All right, that was it. Any other question? No? All right, Mr. Garcia, I think we're good on the questions, or Council Vice President, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I wanted to address the comments made by Councilwoman Frisbee. There was a law that was changed last year that went into effect August 1st, 2004.
For the pocket license, right?
Yes, that's
I thought so.
basically like a use it or lose it type of thing, where it was a 2-year limit for inactive licenses, which is what a pocket license is. So from August 1st, 2024, 2 years from then, meaning next year, July 31st, they would need to use it or lose it, transfer it, or it goes, I don't know if it goes back to the state or the township or city that issued the license. That I'm still unclear of, but they do have an expiration to sell it or transfer it or use it.
I believe, Council President, I may.
Yes,
I
Director.
believe what you're referring to, Council Vice President, Class C resale consumption license. The question was asked with respect to a pocket license. I will circulate a memo with, statutory support so the council can better appreciate that and get an answer with respect to that. If it's council's pleasure, I can have that to them by the end of the week, and then you'll have, be able to take that and cross-examine it with Mr. Kaloji's research as well to make sure that we're on the same page.
Thank you so much, Director Bridges. I think Cleveland, did you want to say something? Thank you.
Just, side note, pocket status and inactive status are different. You do have licenses who are inactive, but they have homes. Maybe they're renovating, they don't have a CO, whatever that reason may be. And you do have licenses that are just pocket. A pocket license is a license where, due to our census and we are at our capacity as a municipality for licensed houses, these pocket licenses don't have a place to house their license. Hence, they are left in pocket status, and they are able to renew those pocket licenses in pocket status.
Thank you for that clarification. My next question was going to be about the inactive one on 104, so thanks.
Yes, Madam President,
Yes.
I found some more information. So basically, you know, what Mr. Thompson said, a pocket license is a different type of inactive license not attached to a business. It is a Class C license, to Director Bridges' point. You know, it's basically in the pocket of the owner. So how the new law affects the pocket license is there is a limit on inactivity where it does apply for pocket licenses can no longer remain inactive for more than 2 consecutive annual license terms, which is 2 years. So they do have until, if my interpretations is correct, because I'm no attorney, so I'll digress and defer to Director Bridges and his findings later on this week. But it does seem like they do have 2 years.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Director Bridges, you're going to send out a memo once you do further research on that? Thank you so much. I think that's it for us, Mr. Garcia. As far as a consent agenda, it seems like most will be, but I would like to note for the record that I would like to be recused from 25-096.
I'll note it.
Thank you.
And I will direct council's attention to 2 walk-on resolutions that you should have copies of. Those are ABC 25-117 and 118. And Madam President, I would ask if you wanted to ask for a motion to, with those included, to ask for a motion to approve a consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Madam President, if I may.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes, so I just would like to say on Resolution 25-101, where there is no homeowner's address, and on Resolution 125-102, where it says no to both. I am not comfortable with voting on either one of them. To me, they're incomplete.
Roll call.
So yes, if you would roll call the both of those.
101 and 102?
That's 101, yes, and 102.
Council President,
Yes.
I'd just like to support my colleague, Councilwoman Frisbee, and her concern on those 2 items, and I'd like to request that they be pulled to our next meeting.
You went pulled. I was going to roll call.
Let's
I
roll
think
call it.
we should get that information before we vote on them.
So we want 25-101 and 102 to be tabled to the next ABC board meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam President, did you want to ask for a motion to table those 2 items?
Yes, may we have a motion to table 101 and 102 to the next ABC board meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll take Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg's vote as well.
We were motioning to table to the next meeting, 101 and 102.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion carried. And Madam President, if there's nothing additional with the remaining resolutions, if you'd like to ask for a motion to approve a consent agenda.
Madam President,
Councilwoman Feliciano.
can we have a roll call for 25096?
Yes, I was recusing myself, but yes.
I will be doing the same. That's
Gotcha. Okay, we're gonna
Thank
roll
you.
call 96.
Thank you.
Noted. So roll call for 096. Thank you. Are there any other resolutions to be extracted from consent agenda at this time?
I don't think so. Nope.
With that being said, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve that consent agenda excluding 25096 and having tabled 101 and 102.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, the second was from?
Frisbee.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes,
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you to the board.
Mhm.
And from here, I believe that brings us to the point of.
096.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna roll
096.
call.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna roll call 096.
Yes.
So may I?
We have a motion to,
Motion to approve.
So, second.
Thank you. And roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Recuse.
noted. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
yes,
Council President Gonzalez.
Recuse.
Motion carried. Thank you. And then that brings us to the point of public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at public comment for the ABC meeting? This is not for the special meeting. This is for ABC board only. I'm seeing no one, Madam President. If you'd like to move to any civic comment that the board may have.
Are there any comments from council members? We're good, Mr. Garcia.
Understood. In that case, Madam
We have a
President.
motion to adjourn.
So moved.
second,
Thank you. Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
So for the audience, we have about 4 minutes legally before we can begin the special meeting. So you could just bear with us for a couple minutes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Y'all good over here? Cause we're gonna do. Mr. Garcia, I'm ready. You see that list? It's like 20 people already. It's already like 20. It's 2 pages. Yeah. Garcia, you ready?
Madam President, we do have a quorum for the next up special meeting. On your call.
Yes. Can we have everyone please settle down inside of the chambers? Thank you. Mr. Garcia, we can start.
Certainly. Trenton City Council special meeting Tuesday, July 29th, 2025 is now called to order. Please stand and salute the flag. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Law 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, filed in the city clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Vice President Edwards,
Present.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Present.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Present.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Present.
Councilman Harrison,
Present.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present y presente.
Council President Gonzalez,
Presente.
myself, Brandon Garcia, Municipal Clerk, present. Mr. Edward Kaloji, Legislative Council, is present.
Good Lord. Mr. K.
And City Attorney West
Thank you.
Bridges. Thank you. And Madam President, if you like, I can read the invocation at this time.
Yes.
Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
All right. And Madam President, I believe at this time we have some presentations to be done. As I understand it, the length of time for each presentation will be limited at 10 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, but before we start the presentation, I wanted to have our Mayor Reed Garcia please come to the microphone so he could present the ordinance that we will be discussing later on. But I did wanted to offer the opportunity for him to introduce it to us before we get into the actual meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam President, as well as distinguished council members. I'm here to speak on proposed ordinance 25-69. And I want to be clear from the outset that this measure is not about putting anyone out of business. It's about putting the brakes on a surge in late night violence and disorder that is endangering lives and compromising our ability to move Trenton forward and attract further economic development. Over the past 30 days, East State Street corridor has generated over 120 public safety incidents. These include multiple violent disturbance, serious medical emergencies, overdoses, reports of sexual violence, 1 homicide, 2 shootings, assault on a police officer, and street fights. These are not minor complaints. They are patterns of behavior that place a heavy burden on our police and fire departments and erode the sense of safety for residents and visitors alike. There are residents that live on this East State Street corridor, and they have expressed concern about noise and their quality of life. In just 1 month, the city has spent over $13,000 in police overtime per weekend to manage this escalating situation. Despite those sustained efforts, calls for service remain high, suggesting that the current conditions are not only persistent, but worsening during the overnight hours. This reasonable ordinance would limit the hours of operation in this corridor to midnight, a focused and reasonable response to a clearly defined problem. The majority of the high-risk activities is happening well past midnight when most of the city is asleep and when emergency services should not be overloaded by preventable crises. Let me emphasize again, this is not a business shutdown. It is a public safety reset. It's a pause on unchecked late night activity so that we can work with business owners, public safety officials, and residents to create a healthier balance that benefits the entire community. We're also trying to attract economic development to this corridor and the surrounding downtown. Tonight, we have 2 proposals for economic development on the purchase of the hotel. And we want to make sure that when business people come in here, they have a safe space to invest money into the downtown Trenton. Prospective investors, families, and entrepreneurs are paying attention, and they will not plant roots in an area where chaos goes unchecked. We want our local businesses to thrive, but we must ensure that they are operating responsibly and as part of the solution, not the problem. This ordinance is a tool in to restore stability, reduce harm, and give Trenton the opportunity to grow in the right direction. And I urge council to seriously consider and support this action as a necessary step to protect public safety and economic opportunity in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know if anybody had questions.
Anyone, any council members? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's
Madam
it.
President.
Thank you for being here and presenting that for us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Council Vice President.
I'm sorry, I was a little low. Good evening, Mary, and thank you
Good
for
evening.
joining us. You made a great statement, and it's definitely duly noted about how you feel. You said something that stood out to me about people, wanting to come here, but maybe hesitant to because of what's going on, and we need a public safety reset and things. What is your take on the city's responsibility in public safety measures within our entertainment districts? The way that I see it, I don't think that public safety measures should be solely put on the businesses. That is a very costly and non-feasible way to approach the public safety issues that we're seeing citywide. So I think that the administration should at least meet the businesses halfway and secure the entertainment districts. I think that businesses, when they see the administration is doing their part to ensure that they would want to come here. So what is your take on that?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. The city definitely has a responsibility to patrol the streets. But we have 7 square miles, and there are hot spots in the city. We all recognize that. We've had to divert police resources to the central downtown. We're willing to do that. And if you want to continue the atmosphere that's been pervasive for this last few months, we have to pay for that. And it costs $13,000 per weekend in police overtime. And you're also diverting resources away from other parts of the city. So yes, the city absolutely has a responsibility to protect public safety. But we've even asked that there was one proposal to require businesses that attract crowds of 50 or more to provide better security. That has been withdrawn, but nonetheless, the problem is still there. And if you see some of the perpetrators of the violence, they were in those very establishments. And so there's a responsibility, yes, from the city, but if the owners themselves are attracting a crowd that goes and encourages them to go across the street, have an after-hours party, leave bottles, leave bodies in the street, then that's where the city has to reach in. I talked to Dolores, who came over a couple of blocks just in the afternoon to talk, and she's talked about the noise, that she's lived in this city all her life, and that what about her public safety? And these are property taxpayers who are paying the burden of police protection. So we can say, yes, we want to keep it as it is. We will have to step up to the plate and provide more police security, but the city is going to have to play for it. And so is Dolores, who doesn't go to those parties, who doesn't go downtown and drop liquor bottles on the outdoor of the city hall, does not start street fights, but will indeed have to share in the responsibility. So we have to think of all the residents of the city. And I wouldn't say that every single person who comes downtown after midnight is part of the problem. There are many people that are coming outside of the city and coming here and causing a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have something too. Are you finished with your comment?
No, but go ahead.
No, my questions along the same lines as far as the public safety, but I know our police director isn't here to answer some of the questions that I do have because I know we do have a lack of manpower, but however, I feel like there's a mismanagement with the deployment of our officers. We know we have officers that are behind the desk. We're getting complaints about several people that the shifts can be changed. And I know, there may be some union issues. However, we understand that the management is an issue as far as when it comes to public safety. So to that point, there were some questions that I did want to ask to the police director. I know he isn't here. I know he has Captain Slack in his place and not sure if he's able to answer some of these questions. But I really think that the issue is the operational deployment. Like we're not deploying our officers and we're not scheduling them right. So there's some questions I had as far as who takes care of the scheduling, how are we scheduling, what officers are deployed, who's behind the desk, who's not behind the desk. And like I said, I know that may not be something you may be able to answer at the moment. But if Captain Slack is able to, I would love to have him come join us if he wouldn't mind.
And I'd also invite Captain Rios, who was largely in charge of logistics for the police. But I agree with you. You could always have those discussions and make sure there's optimum police power out in the streets, but there are duties that still take place inside the station.
Right. Captain Slack, I just kind of asked some of them generally, but how is that managed? Are we able to deploy differently?
So Council President, so at the present time, there's a definitive number of officers assigned to patrol. Okay.
What's that? Do you know that number?
What's the exact? Yeah. 71 people across all shifts, 7 days a week.
71.
Yes.
So for patrol.
Yes.
Right. Okay. 71 for patrol. And with the officers who are not on patrol, detectives, captains, lieutenants, I don't know everybody's ranking. They can also be assigned to the streets if necessary, correct?
Yes, everyone can be assigned to the street.
But they're
That's
not
up
being
to the
assigned.
discretion of the police director. where he wants to assign people. But yes, everyone is technically, yes, can be assigned to the street.
Right. I was thinking that I'm going to kind of, I want to just ask one more question because I know there were some things that are being said as far as there's a night captain that's been created with recent promotions, and I'm not sure who holds that position, what's their exact hours, their responsibilities. Like, I just want to make sure that we are using the resources that we do have and just shifting them around where we don't have to pay all of this overtime. And at the end of the day, let me tell you, I just want to say really quickly, I respect our officers. I know they do a tough job. I'm not taking away from anything that they do a job that I would never do. However, if people are calling off of work just because they want to call off of work because they don't want to take a night shift, at the end of the day, some things have to change.
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly. The officers do a tremendous job on the streets. They're doing a fantastic job. And we are mandatoring officers to work overtime for a lot of the shifts also, to cover all the shifts.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I don't want to take away from some of our other council members. I know Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg had her hand up, so I'll go to her first, and then Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. Captain Slack, since you're up there kind of in a hot seat, you said 71 people, but I've been told that on any given day, there's 14 people who are on shift on any given day in the city of Trenton, day or night. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Councilwoman?
What I have been told in my CPACs and my Southwest CPACs is that there are only 14 people on shift on any given day throughout the city of Trenton.
Council President, if I may jump in, I apologize for stopping the flow, but in terms of the granular deployment of officers, I think that's a conversation more appropriate in an executive session. There are certain issues with respect to police deployment, police safety, police operations. So if you're talking high level, just basic numbers, I think that's okay. But if we're getting into specifics as to how, when, and who's deployed, I would make a strong recommendation that that be tabled for this discussion and discussed in executive session. I don't know if Mr. Kaloji has an opinion with respect to that at all.
Thank you, Mr. Director Bridges. Councilwoman Frisbee, is yours for your question a little more general?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
So thank you, Council.
You done? You done?
I guess.
You wanted to be specific?
I'm done.
All right. So he doesn't have anything else, so Frisbee?
So I wanted to just respond to, one, I want to thank the mayor for his statement, and thank you, Captain Slack, for being here, officers. Well, I wanted to say we should not be penalizing all the businesses in the city for the actions that we know that is generalized into one space. That part. I say that if we can identify where the challenge is, that we go and we give support to that area. And if that means that we have to get support from other municipalities, if we have to get it from our sheriff's office, wherever it is that we have to get support from, let's do that. Then we have so many mom and pops and just good businesses that are operating here in the city, and they're doing their part, and we want them to drive. We don't want to penalize them, and then their business, they lose revenue because they're being penalized for something that has absolutely nothing to do with them. So I wanted to say that. And the city does have to accept its position, and that is we are here to protect our citizens. So if we need to bring in more officers, let's do that. If we don't have the manpower, if we're down for whatever reason, let's accept that. But I'm going to go on the record as saying I don't agree that we should be reopening the businesses at 6 a.m. I think if anything, it should be at 4 a.m. To give them enough time. You have people who have to get up and they have to make breakfast. They have to do all their preparation. And I have heard from my constituents, and they're in the West Ward, and they are having issues with this. It is putting a hardship on a lot of our businesses, and we don't want to do that. We want everybody to be able to do their part. But if we need to give assistance, and I need everybody to hear the word assistance, wherever that is needed, let's do that, because we need to protect our community. And yes, we should be protecting City Hall as well in all of that. But we have to just do a shift here And I don't vote yes for penalizing our entire community for something that we know that is generalized, and we have just not been addressing the elephant in the room. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Can I just say something to the response? Nothing prohibits a business owner for coming in at 4 o'clock in the morning to
Right.
prepare food
gonna state
or
that.
start prep. The hours of operation that opens it up to the public.
Yes.
The other thing is we have sought the assistance of area police resources, state police, sheriff's office, prosecutor's office. That's not unlimited. And so they've been helping us out for a couple of weekends out. They've made a commitment through September, but at some point that goes away. So we just need to have resources to pay more overtime to the police. We could do that. But the residents of the city are going to have to pay for that.
And Madam, if I may.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
So I appreciate that. And the other part that I didn't say is I need to make sure that our officers are also, that they're protected. We have to have one officer for 50 people, 2 officers for 70. That's not a good ratio. And so we need to make sure that there's balance so that everybody feels secure, everybody feels protected. At the end of the day, our officers, in which people I think forget at times, they're not robots, they're not machines. They are mothers, they're fathers, they're sisters, they're brothers. They are you outside of a uniform. So I want to say that part as well. These are my sisters, these are my brothers, these are mothers, these are fathers, and we need to understand that and get that part as well. You see a uniform and we are obstinate, and we should not be. They're there to do their job, just like when we all go to our jobs throughout the day, and we're there to do a job as well. And instead of us being combative, we need to look at that differently and see the person before we see the uniform in that. So thank you. And I do appreciate that the city has accepted help, assistance from, be it the state, the sheriff, all of them. And I ask that we continue to do that until we get this issue under control.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams,
Thank you very much, ma'am.
if it's
Um,
general. If it's a general
Okay.
statement. No, I said if it's a general statement.
Yeah, it's a general statement, but waiting for the ringer to start.
Can we please silence our phones for the audience? Si puede poner su teléfono en silencio, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. So, yeah, thank you very much for your statement, Mayor, and thank you, Captain Slack, for your responses. I think you've heard from people, particularly regarding coverage. We won't get granular, but we need to figure out a darn way to do this. And quite frankly, what I've heard from a lot of people, because these are my constituents in the North Ward, it's atrocious what they've gone through. And we shouldn't have to send in the Marines from Fallujah to try to handle a situation. We should be able to handle this. But also, successive businesses do have a social responsibility. They do have a general welfare commitment to the community they serve in. So for anyone to say, successful or not, that they don't have a responsibility for the conditions they're helping create, I think they really need to consider, what they're doing in the city, what they're doing for Trenton, and the outcome of that is on a daily or weekly basis. We don't begrudge anyone making money. We certainly don't. And we also want to make sure we have as many successful businesses as possible in the city, because we need it. We need to build the economy post-COVID, post-state workers not coming back. This is the world we all live in together. We're all in this together. But as we go forward, we obviously have public safety concerns that aren't being addressed. There have to be some things that get done, but they have to be fair. To people who have businesses, such as we have bakeries in the city, I know firsthand from being on zoning, how difficult it is for them to try to get their operation up and running every day with ovens and so forth. I would like to see more clear language in this ordinance for the operations of businesses where they have prep work, where workers come in, not just the business owner, before 6 a.m., because there are a lot of stores, bodegas, and so forth that make money right at the crack of dawn as people are going to work. So that
Nothing prohibits that.
I think it needs to be more distinct, sir.
Well, open for business is 6 o'clock.
Yes, but when we're using language and it's just semantics of business.
I
owners,
welcome
think we
that
need to make
amendment.
Sure that's clear for employees too.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And really quickly, do you want to say something also?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Harrison. I'm going to say something else.
What I was gonna say is, Like the mayor is saying, you can do this, but it's gonna cost money. So if it's gonna cost money, we're gonna have to raise taxes. Raise taxes, or we're gonna cut something else. What are we gonna cut? And maybe that's my concern. And another thing is, I don't think we up here should be telling any of these directors.
Councilman, I apologize, but right now, anyone that's listening cannot hear you because the microphone's not on.
No, what I was saying is regarding taxes, we would have to pay for it. If not, we would have to cut services, either from other departments. Also, regarding the police department, I don't think any of us up here should be giving any of the directors, telling them how to run their department. They have the experience, and we hope that they would run their department the right way. I don't think we have that experience to tell the directors how to run their department. But again, for us to do this, it's going to cost money. How do we pay for it? That's the thing.
Thank you, Councilman. So really quickly, I'm going to pass the mic over. I know some more of my colleagues have questions, but I just really want to state for the record, this isn't a personal matter. It's about business. It's about accountability. It's about the safety of our city. And I feel like if our current director is not efficient, he's not being effective, I think it's time for him to step out of the way. I think it's time for him to step down. I really am truly in favor of having someone else do the job, because I feel like I understand raising taxes and all that, but we shouldn't automatically go to hitting pockets when we have the resources within our police department. It can work. It has worked. I know we are lacking manpower. I'm not taking away from that. I understand we need more police officers. However, I feel like this current police director, I think it's his time that if he is not able to do the daily operations and manage that department correctly, it is time for him to step down. That was my first thing. Second thing I wanted to say to the business owners, we do hear you. And the amendments we're going to come tonight to propose an amendment to open at 5 a.m. only, like he said, it was not to say you cannot come into your business and start to get your ovens going, get your cooking going, your catering, whatever it is that you need to do for your breakfast rush. We're not saying that you cannot operate in that manner. It was just a point of allowing people publicly to come inside. So the amendment is on the table that we will propose later on once we get to the vote. As far as opening at 5 a.m. I'm going to yield to my council vice president. I know she had some things, and Councilwoman Figueroa. As a matter of fact, can I let her go first, council vice president, if you don't mind? Sure. Since I cut her off for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say something really, really quickly to the point that I was getting at, and I was shut down by Director Bridges and our attorney Kaloji. I was just trying to get at numbers, and we are in a public arena right now where the public deserves to know what's going on. These are not numbers that I was pulling out of nowhere. These are numbers that have been given to us by community police officers at my CPAC meetings about how many officers are patrolling every day and how we are going about our day to day. I don't think that that should be censured. I don't think that that should be something that you guys should not be privy to, because we only have so many officers in the city of Trenton. We have so many officers graduating from the academies, officers that are leaving as soon as they graduate. They don't have any liability to stay here in the city. This is a problem, and that's why I was getting at that number. This is definitely not an issue specific to the administration. People are coming into our academies and they are leaving. They're not staying in the city. We do not have the officers. But also to some of my colleagues' points, we also do not have the illicit operations to put people on schedule. The number of people that we have in the police department to be able to man our community. And that is an issue. That is a serious issue. We have people getting pulled off of these specific duties to cater to these specific duties, and so on and so forth. That is a problem. We do have a certain number of officers, and I think that we can do better with manning and determining where they're going and what they are doing on a day-to-day basis. So me going to how many officers we have on a day-to-day, that is something that our community officers are giving to the public anyway. You guys are the public. You guys deserve to know how many officers we have in the city on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. Council Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. I want to stay on the numbers. I'm a huge numbers person. I've been combing through this budget for the past several years, way prior to me becoming a council member. But now that I'm privy to more intricate details of the breakdown of an itemization, I see the systemic breakdown in the police department. The statements about we don't have the staff, not true. We don't have the money, not true. Taxpayers need to pay more, not true. We budget for 288 officers every single year. Last year in 2024 and this year in 2025, we have 50 vacancies. Breaking down those 50, 46 of those are police officers, 3 of them are sergeants, and 1 of them are lieutenants that are vacant. Last year in 2024, the police department had over a $6 million surplus, and I say surplus because they're unused funds. If we stay on the same trajectory for 2025, which it looks like we may be, because of the budget allocations being increased for 2025, and we're already approaching the fourth quarter, we're well into the third quarter. We're on track to have an $11 million unused fund surplus that is probably going to go to the funds account for surpluses. We spent $18.2 million in surplus for 2025. We're on track with $13+ million right now towards 2026. I say all of that to say, and to go back to some of the answers from my colleagues' questions earlier, the director can change the schedule. We have 238 officers, 71 on patrol. That means we have 165 in that building in various positions and are not on patrol. If we could take 165 officers and give each of them at least 1 or 2 patrol shifts, we will have enough officers to patrol our entertainment districts and citywide. And this is not overtime. This is management. This is misallocation of resources and funding. This is mismanagement of our human resources, which is our patrol officers, 165 of them. And I know we got detectives and things, but we don't handle homicides on our own. The county handles that. We don't handle ballistics.
No, they're Trenton police that are on the homicide task force.
They're
We contribute
collecting
to that.
evidence more so. They're not doing the investigative detail
No,
work.
they're Trenton police as well.
A couple of them. But the way that it's explained is not in that detail where it would take up a massive amount of time. However, I'm gonna move on from that. We have a task force that used to be on patrol that has been broken down. That department or that task force was recreated and given a new name, same people, but they're inside. They're not deployed on the streets. Where are they? Where are all of these officers? Can they at least do 1 to 2 patrol shifts a week? And I'm so glad that the council president said it, because she took the words right out of my mouth. If he can't figure it out, then that means he is not living up to his roles and responsibilities as a director. And I would be the first one to vote to rescind his appointment, because if we can't have a director that's going to do his job, if we have directors that can't do their job in some of the most serious departments of our city, right? We have our natural resources and that's critical, but public safety is critical. And I don't feel like it's been a priority. We have all of these unused funds. We have officers that are not being used the way that we need to use them. And then we also, to Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg's point, we have 25 cadets in the academy right now due to complete soon. And from what I'm hearing by other officers, at least 10 of them are already out of the door before they even graduate. They already have jobs other places. A lot of people are using Trenton as a stepping stone, and we're spending a lot of resources on these people. And there's nothing that allows us to say, you have to work here for 3 to 5 years before you go gain employment somewhere else. So we need to fix that. I know it's a state thing. where they don't require, residency in the municipalities that they work in. I understand that. But if our fight is with the state, then let's take it to the state, because this has to change. People can't continue using Trenton as a stepping stone to get wherever else.
And can I just?
Councilwoman, you may not know about the differential in pay between what Trenton offers and what the other municipalities offer. Starting salary in Trenton is 39,000. Starting salary in Princeton is 60 plus. And that's throughout the suburbs. And that's the reason why officers come through the academy and then seek a transfer. So that money is budgeted where we are increasing salary and doing other things to keep and retain officers. But that budget money is for the police salaries that we're going to be expanding and to absorb those 25 officers. So that's why you may see a surplus, but every dollar of that is being used.
Okay,
Council.
You finished or no?
I'm finished.
Okay,
Council
really, no, hold on one second, because I do want to know, I want to wrap, I kind of wanted to just speed this along, not because I want to rush this conversation, but we didn't get to our civic comments so we can use it. And I do want to allow Councilwoman Feliciano, because I know she was the only one that hasn't spoken. But even to just that point that Council VP just said about the police academy, that's wasting money, because we are taking our cadets all the way across the state. And I don't understand who made that decision, but that's a resources that we could be keeping here in the city of Trenton also. But Council Feliciano, do you want to have some comments, please, so we can discuss
Council
this when the vote
President.
comes up?
Thank you. Well,
Thank
while the mayor is here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ooh. All right. So thank you, Mayor, for your presentation tonight. I just want to speak from the standpoint of accountability. It is no secret that our police department has been under question, and that there's certain things that have taken place that are just not right, and systems that may be in place that are flawed. And when we talk about the detectives and everybody that sits in the office, I'm not an officer. I don't know what that entails. I've said that time and time again, nor am I a police chief, nor a director. But as a citizen here in the city, in the council person who sees the numbers and everything, it does baffle the mind that we have so many people sitting in high seats making high salaries, yet they don't have to walk the beat or be in the street.
Right.
An example being the allocation of a lieutenant to not be on the street, but to oversee the shelter. That was a waste of resources, in my opinion. $180,000 salary for a lieutenant. The lieutenant should be in the street. The murders and everything are happening in the street. We need bodies in the street. And if that's the case, in making certain decisions, we could have put a civilian and then allocated the funds from the lieutenant to maybe fill 2 other police vacancies. I do agree that we need to do things differently when it comes to the resources that we have. I don't like the fact of hearing about officers that just want to join the academy, use Trenton for what it is, and then just walk away and leave us. We are not a laughing stock. We are the capital city. Things are happening. Look, it's 6 years. We in this thing. It has to stop, and things have to change. We can't keep looking at excuses for stuff. You have to work with what we have. If DCA never gives us another dime, what are y'all going to do now to make it right? What are we going to do to help save these people in this city? What are we going to do to protect everybody here? What is the answer for what we're going to do? It can't be DCA is not helping us. Hell, nobody is helping us. We have to help ourselves at this point. And that's why we're here. Y'all are here. It's time for us to get this thing together so that we could get it right. And it's no slight to anyone, but I'm going to say this. For the salary that we get as part-time council people, let us step out of line and do something wrong. We're going to get beat in the head for $30,000 part-time. For those that are sitting in the high seats making the 6 figures that we've entrusted to do the work here in every department in the city, they need to do what it is that they need to do. And so I do feel like it is time. Y'all need to reassess what's happening. I can't tell you how to operate and move officers and things around, but I do suggest that something better be done. Another thing is, it was brought to my attention that when it comes to promotional opportunities or things and the like for officers, I don't know if this is true, but we're going to go there since the door is open, that when it comes to minority officers, they and others will have to walk on patrol before they could even be considered for promotion. Yet there are some that are not minorities that don't have to be out on patrol and they automatically get it. These things need to stop. Certain officers can move in certain lights and they get a slap on the hand and things are found that they did something wrong. They get the opportunity to retire and walk away on the city, while others have to sit here and they have to work and do time and are penalized for much less. Theft is theft. I don't care if you're a cop or not. So the thing is, we need to do better. We need to do a lot better. As we embark along this next season, as we move forward, we have to have a comprehensive plan that actually makes sense, that's going to address everything that's happening. It has to be. The city has to be safe, and we have to take this serious. If it's reallocation of funds to make it work, then reallocate them. If it's reallocation of the people, then reallocate them. But somebody has to take hold of this thing and they have to make it work. We can't keep pushing it off. The deaths that are happening, the things that are happening, at some point in time, administration got to carry that weight and accept that responsibility. Can't keep pushing it off anymore. It's time to do the work. It's been time to do the work. And I'm just asking respectfully, you got to get this together. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to respond real quick. We've had more minorities on the police force than ever. We have more minorities in superior officers than ever. And so we keep on improving things and diversifying in the department. And I think we're doing pretty well. The fact that we have Captain Rios here, first female Latina captain, I think that's pretty good. We're doing good. The other thing is that they are solving crimes. Crime has been down statistically, and every single homicide that has happened this year has already been solved. So those officers that are back on their desks are also solving the homicides that happened this year. There was an arrest for every single homicide that happened this year so far. So they are doing good, but we have to be competitive to other area police. We're working on it. But it's going to take resources, and we're going to have to spend money on that.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to get ready to close out and move to the hotel presentation, but I'm going to allow Councilman Harrison to have the last comment, please. Short comment.
Short comment. Resolution 24-386. It's regarding the budget, last year's budget amendments. There was a $7.9 million reduction in policing. It went from 35 million down to 27. So I don't know how we had a surplus in the police. We had a $7.9 million reduction in policing. Captain Slack, do you know the numbers?
Not off the top.
Okay.
I had no idea.
But I'm saying I have the document right here. It's the amendment that we voted on that shows that there was a $7.9 million deduction in the policing.
Thank you, Councilman Harrison. Thank you, Mayor. B.A. Richardson is going to speak to the reduction really quick.
Good evening, Council. Maria Richardson, Business Administrator. What the councilman is referring to as a reduction is one of the adjustments that the city does at the end of the year because of the vacancies that we had in the police department at that time. The money is usually, or in other departments, if certain appropriations are not spent as anticipated when you adopt the budget, at the end of the year, we do reallocations for other departments or for other services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, again, thank you again for being present, for answering our questions. And Captain Slack, thank you also. Obviously, this is a hot topic and it won't be the last one, but thank you for being here.
My final point is that this ordinance only applies to the entertainment district, and it brings businesses in the entertainment district on parity with the rest of the city.
Thank you. And it's also, just to reiterate, when he said the hours of operation is just for the public. So we will be looking to amend the opening time from 6 to an earlier time. So thank you again for being present.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Real quick, Mayor, I'm sorry,
Bird.
really quick, can you just define the entertainment district?
Oh,
It's generally a swath from South Warren along East State Street, above and below it.
broad one.
So it was designed, it was put in place in 2017 before I came here. The idea was that it would be expanded in the future. And again, this ordinance can be changed in the future.
Anytime, thank you.
We are not New Orleans right now. We're not Miami. We'd love to be, but we're not there yet. And we need to do a reset until we can get there.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the public, we're going to get ready to do our hotel presentations, but for the public, just to know, we could be very respectful during comment times. We are going to allow public comments in a second after the presentations are done, so please be patient. B.A. Richardson, do you want to introduce the proposed developers, please?
Thank you, Council President. For tonight, we will have two presentations. And as you already know, we will be accepting applications until July 31st. That's what the council mandated during our last presentation. So I will make it short. We have two presentations tonight, one from Millstone Holdings, and the second presentation from Expo Italia LLC, Trenton Expo, Minio Multimedia Platform, and Trenton App. But now I will call the representatives of Millstone Holdings LLC.
Thank you. And for the presenters,
Okay.
I was going to say for the presenters, if they know that they have 10 minutes to present to us, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is George Alexander. In the nature of saving time, I did not realize that our presentation was limited to 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to get as much in as possible because there's other members of our team would like to contribute towards the presentation.
Thank you.
So I think it's important in the few minutes that I have is to really get to what I think it's the heart of why I'm standing in front of you. The decision to pursue this hotel started many years ago. And it's been a very long journey. At times that journey I was by myself with a vision to make a difference in this city. I relocated from New York 2006 to join a newly formed company that developed Hamilton Honda in Hamilton, New Jersey. The company went on to open up several dealerships in 5 states. My position with the company was a business director. I oversee all banking and financial matters in the dealership. After retiring from the car business, I became very close to the Mercer County community. I had friends at the time in the community. My church of 15 years is in the community in Broad Street. So I'm very attached to this community, and I've always wanted to make a difference. I was introduced to the hotel in speaking with several people who are in this room tonight about how the hotel meant a lot to the city. And the dream is about trying to get this hotel to be reopened so that it could be an inspiration to the future of the community. So my involvement with this project is more or less an emotional one rather than a business one. At the end of the day, it's about business, but I think it's important for me to demonstrate and speak to you as to why I'm motivated to redevelop this hotel in this county. So I wasn't planning on getting all of I didn't realize that we were limited to 10 minutes. There was other members of my team, and these members over time, 3-4 years of me pursuing this hotel, joined forces with me. Today was an emotional day for me because it finally hit me that something that I dreamt about became a reality. And there's several people that's in this room could attest to that journey. And I want to be very thankful. I'm so appreciative of everyone who supported me to this point. I do know that the decision to grant this hotel to a developer lies in your hands. But I feel it's important for me to really speak on behalf of where this motivation to pursue this hotel comes from. So the hotel, I'm going to make it real quick, and I'll bring up some other members in our team that could really speak to the hotel. I am not a hotel person. I don't claim to be one, but I'll share the quick vision that I have for this hotel. I believe that this hotel would be a critical piece in the revitalization of the downtown area. It's strategically located in a perfect location, directly next to the War Memorial, walking distance to the Capitol, in the proximity of the ballpark and the arena, and Pennsylvania being right directly next door. So what we're looking to do is to create an environment that people could be proud of for this community. So I don't really want to go through all of the details of the presentation because I don't have the time, but I will tell you that what our main goal is here is to reopen this hotel as a full-service hotel that the community could be proud of. We want to embrace every member that lives in this community to be a part of it. We have given it great thought by reaching out to organizations and companies in the community to get letter of support, to get on board, to support us in what we're trying to do. So there's a broader picture outside of this presentation at work to make this thing a reality. We commit ourselves to be diverse and involve community residents to be a part of the day-to-day operations of the dealership, of the hotel. And so we're going to do everything to create this atmosphere, build a beautiful hotel that the city could be very proud of. So at this point, I want to really cut the presentation on my half, and I want to bring up, we were fortunate to partner with a hotel development firm who has financially invested in me. I have a partner. His name is Peter Abrams. Peter is no stranger to the Mercer County area. Peter's a real estate developer. I spoke to him about my dream about reopen this hotel, and he just wholeheartedly jumped right in to support me. So you're going to hear from Peter tonight. With the last few words that I have, I want to mention that Pastor Taylor, who is a very renowned citizen and upstanding gentleman in this county, has been at my side for the past 4 years with this effort. So at this point, I'd like to get the hotel company up to just give a quick description of the brand that we're thinking of doing and some of the things that the hotel is going to be having. Thank you.
Thanks. How much time I have?
We said 10 minutes, but we've allowed 15, so you still have some time.
Good, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
My name is Kostas Kalogeropoulos.
He's talking. We got the timer. The timer's going
Yeah,
already. Thank you.
9 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you.
My name is Kostas Kalogeropoulos. I'm the CEO of TKO Hospitality. My first day in a hotel was in Amsterdam on January 8th of 1968. That's when I realized that was going to be my life. I worked in Amsterdam, Paris, Rotterdam, Athens, Nairobi in Kenya for 2 years, Montreal,
and I came to the United States in 1977. We started with 2 hotels, built a company to 42 in states. And I became an American citizen on November 23rd of 1983. So I'm 42 years old in American years. It's pretty good. And I do celebrate 2 birthdays every year. One my birthday and one on the 23rd when I became an American citizen. Best thing I ever done. 12 years ago, I formed TKO with my partners. And because when you reach the point when you have over 1 million miles on your frequent flyer, you make a decision to do something different. So I wanted to stay more regional. So we picked the area between Maryland and Delaware and Pennsylvania, and New Jersey is in the circle. We have about 22 hotels. We have 6, 7 hotels now in the pipeline. And when this project came up, we can talk about the building and what you can do with it, what the brand is going to be and all that. This is buildings. Once you take care of it, it's there. I need to tell you who we are as the people because we don't have time for that.
I'm just, for the last 8 or 7 minutes, I would like to see what the plans are for the hotel.
You want me to go right to that?
Yeah.
Oh, keep flipping. All right. Okay, let me cut to the chase. So our goal is to bring here an international brand with a powerful name that will enhance your location and the city center. And that's going to be a Hyatt-centric. We believe a Hyatt will bring in a tremendous image, attract good people to work in. I have 1,400 people working for my company. We have a lot of resources to bring into the place. Could you go on the presentation, please, and keep going till you start seeing buildings, just to get an idea. This is our company, what we have. Keep going till we get to the Hyatt. Okay, so that's, okay. That's now what a Hyatt-centric will look in different locations. From Manhattan, we got the next one, please. And there is different locations, just to get an idea what it's going to feel like when we're done with it. But at the end of the day, a hotel here, you have 3 places that work 24/7. You have the police, you have the fire department, and the hospital. We're number 4. Oh, and the Greek diner, number 5. You always have one of those. That is open 24/7. We have eyeballs into the street, the community, and we open for people to come to our house. What hotels do to fail in center cities? They pay so much attention to the Monday through Thursday business, which is the transient businessman, and they neglect the community. There is such a thing as a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when you need to be the home for the people from your community. They need to get married there. They want to have their birthdays, their retirements, their funerals. It has to be in that property. And how do you do that? By bringing them in. You need to get involved. You need to share examples of kindness. I have on my name 3 charities for terminally seriously children since 1984. We like to mentor kids in the hotels so they can love the business. If you have a hotel school here in any university or college, we bring them in, we show them what it is, give them a taste like I had it in 1968, and maybe 1, 2, 3 of them that will succeed and become hoteliers. It's very hard for me to keep forging forward with that. But if you want to understand a little more, which seems to be more important to you, the building and the brand, if you want to do that, I have Rika Lislow with me, who is a regional VP for Hyatt Corporation, to tell you more about what a Hyatt-centric is. And someday I will love you to have the time to hear my story, which is pretty cool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Questions?
You have about 2 more minutes, right? He has 2 minutes. So you have 2 more minutes if you want to.
Would you?
Okay.
I'm
We're
ready
going to
for
ask questions also,
Sure.
so, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to open it to Councilwoman Kettenberg, Figueroa Kettenberg first.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Great.
Great. So thank you for coming and presenting. Thank you for having an interest in our city. Thank you for trying to invest. Obviously the hotel has been an issue for the city for quite some time. as is our downtown area. I'm not sure how aware you are of our downtown issues. You know, we're trying to revamp, we're trying to rebuild. We have issues with, you know, times, hours of operation, all the things. You're bringing a hotel into the city of Trenton, where those things, you don't already have a vibrant downtown situation. So you're going to want to help build that up, correct? So what are your thought processes in terms of helping to revitalize our downtown with the hotel? Because they're going to have to work hand in hand, correct?
Mhm.
So can you tell me what you and your team's thought processes are in doing that?
Sure. First of all, if your plan is to have a renaissance for downtown, I think the hotel should become your anchor. Something has to start with something. And to become the anchor, you need to have the money to make the investment to make it the anchor. And then it comes to operating that place. It's going to operate it properly. It's not about the money all the time. It's about winning, about succeeding, and about growing. Growing business, growing people, growing the area, the location. So how are we going to do that? Is what we bring to the table. We have tremendous expertise and commitment in the hotel industry. Our service will be top-notch. We win awards in our company right and left throughout the country, and there's no reason to stop here. It's going to be tough, but you know what? So is life. It doesn't matter. We just make it happen. It's a hotel. It's automatic.
So, I mean, so that's great. That's kind of whimsical. That's kind of like, throw it out in the wind.
What would you like?
Whatever catches.
You like statistical numbers? What would you like to do?
I just want to be clear. What you're saying is very whimsical. Like, okay, throw it out and whatever we catch and whatever happens, happens. It needs to be more sustainable than that. We've had other attempts at a hotel here in the city of Trenton in downtown. You know, we have to, like, it's kind of like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? So you're going to bring the hotel. So how do you attract people to the hotel with a downtown area that's not necessarily flourishing and vice versa? So that's the question. You know, if we're going to allow you to invest in our city and we're going to give you our incentive to say invest in our city without another failure, then how are you going to promise us that we are going to have flourishing downtown areas in the city of Trenton? We are a tourist attraction. We are a very old city. We are the capital city of the state of New Jersey. There's so many things. So, you know, how are we going to do that?
Our hotel assets are in Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach, Ocean City, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, Lehigh Valley. We have about 28 salespeople team to bring them here from a 2-3 hour drive to be able to support the hotel we're going to open, how we're going to run it, how to attract the business. But we cannot succeed by focusing only to the business that you have at hand, the transient corporate people. You need to go to the community. We need to go in and try to attract people because there are youth sports. There are church reunions. There is other activities. Your weddings. You need to bring that component. If you don't have that weekend business, you're not going to succeed. And we're good at this.
Thank you. Can I just ask, do you have an assessment of how much it's going to cost to renovate that hotel, specifically this hotel?
I will let the developer and George discuss that.
Hi, I'm Peter Abrams. I have been involved for about a year with Pastor Taylor and George and Sherwood, and I'm a shopping center developer, and I have done quite a bit in Hamilton Township. Developed the Walmart property on 33, and I own and redevelop property.
Excuse me 1 second. In the audience, can we just quiet down a little bit so we can hear? Thank you.
Yeah. And also own the Clover Square Shopping Center where the RWJ Fitness project is. So I've done a lot in Mercer County, and Dan Benson and us. We've talked many times. And what was missing in our group was an actual hotel operator. I would just say, as a hardcore ground up developer, the most important point we can make here is this is probably a 30 or $40 million project. I think the first order of business when you decide who you want to go with is who can actually afford to make this investment in the city.
That's gonna be
It's
my
a
next question.
very, very significant investment. And it has to be done by experienced developers who know what they're doing, who know how to finance, who know how to build, and who know how to operate a hotel. So Costas comes here with Hyatt. I can't imagine a better brand that we could bring to downtown Trenton than Hyatt. So, first point I would make is that in and of itself is probably going to give this redevelopment of the hotel its best chance of success. Costas and I know a lot of people, so I know a lot of the things that they have done as hotel operators. They're very powerful, very strong. They know how to run a hotel the right way. The banquet facility, the banquet ballroom is critical to the operation of this hotel. It's a very large ballroom. It's going to enable weddings to come into downtown Trenton. And, I don't have to, so when Costas was talking about weekday business, weekend business, the weekend business is easy. That's going to be weddings, and it's going to be bringing people together, pulling them away from grounds for sculpture, for other options that exist for weddings, because this is a very large ballroom and it's a huge asset. So there's reasons that we have teamed up, and that it's because we have a team that is very strong and very capable of pulling this off. I'm involved more from the community development standpoint because I joined a CDC at the request of Pastor Taylor and jumped in with George so that I could help round out the team. And not that long ago, we had our big break, and that big break was finding Costas.
Thank you.
Because that was what was missing in this equation. I've had my contractors crawling through the building multiple times. I'll have a budget for the reconstruction of it, but it's probably a $30 million budget. And I think, when you guys vet the other developers, I think the first thing that, really needs to be part of this is who can actually afford to pull this off? Who's got the deep pockets? Who can carry it? It's going to take a few years to get it rolling. Room rates are going to start out at a certain number, and then they're going to grow over time. And this is a passion project for me, just like it is for George. Nothing would make me happier than for the fire to be ignited. Throw the match into the fireplace. Let's watch the waterfront happen. I'm a Philly boy, but I do a lot of business in Jersey, and the opportunity to be part of something good in Trenton would really be valuable for me. And this is not about money for me.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Frisbee and then Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a list here of questions, and I'm not going to go through all of them because in reading, it actually explains it. This is actually what I was looking for in your presentation. What is your vision for Trenton? The number of rooms that are you going to be employing our union workers? How many sustainable jobs are we going to be looking at? The living spaces. Are you going to have a ballroom? Are you going to have a garden area? What is the cost to redevelop, which we just got? And at first I was saying that I don't see a vision in here that you actually have for Trenton. But I do see that in here. And so my comments, really, I don't have a question, is going forward in your presentation, it would have been helpful in these 15 minutes that you did present. If you have dog-friendly cafes, outdoor patios, Italia, Expo Gallia, public accessible gyms, there's a whole list of things that are here that were not mentioned, and that is the presentation. So, and with this being a public forum, it would have been nice for all the public to hear this. We have it on paper, but it is not something that was shared with the public. So my comment is, in the next time you are going to do a presentation, you should talk about all of this. This is the meat of it, and all the questions that I have listed here, they're all answered in here. Where are you going to give back? You're actually planning on giving back to the Trenton 250 plan and all the rest of it. But that needs to be made known to all of us. And so I say that to all of you. That's what I was looking for in the plan, and I did not, in the presentation, and I did not get that. So thank you.
Thank you, distinguished councilwomen and councilmen, as well as everyone in the gallery. I just want to briefly introduce myself. My name is Rika. I work for Hyatt Corporation. And the reason we selected the Hyatt-centric brand for Trenton is exactly for everything I've heard so passionately discussed here today. It really is an opportunity to bring the community together. And the hospitality business is still one of the very few businesses where you can come in on the ground floor and train and grow in ranks. So it really is an incredible opportunity for people, local people, to come in and learn new skills and succeed throughout the entire rank. I usually tell people that Pete Sears, who is our America's president, started as a front desk clerk, and he is now the president. So it is a phenomenal opportunity to bring community to downtown Trenton. And the Centric brand specifically is about building that. So in the food and beverage, like you mentioned, dog-friendly, both rooms and restaurants, Hyatt is actually pet-friendly throughout our entire brand of hospitality brands. So I think the opportunity, why I was so excited to be brought into this and have Hyatt be here, we also have tremendous training programs, and we also draw people. We're a global company. So the talent that we're able to nurture and grow and come in and really work with the grassroots movement and train people. So I think everything I've heard discussed in the gallery, what everybody's concerned, to have that safety and have a hub downtown, that is really what embodies the Hyatt-centric brand. It is the main brand that brings the community together, and it is a place to display local artists, have local artisan, have your children come and work on weekends, getting sort of real training. So all of that is what we're excited. Should we be? Thank you. Awarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
You would not, no. I can't lay that, Mr. Hughes. It's, Mr. Hughes, I appreciate your remarks, but Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, Mr. Alexander and your team. So I have several questions. First one is, and it seems it was answered, would the hotel, should you be selected to develop it and your team, actually be a Hyatt brand hotel? Will we see Hyatt on the name, or what actual brand, part of the Hyatt package would it be?
So it will be a Hyatt brand.
Okay.
Hyatt, that has been
So I
confirmed.
just want to make sure, like,
Yes.
Marriott has all different levels and whatnot.
Yes. For the limited time that I have up here, and I know it's been
I'm
very-
asking questions, so
Sorry.
as long as I ask
Yeah, right.
questions.
Like-
Thank you, and I'll be efficient, I promise. What exactly, wasn't clear to me in the presentation, the number of rooms, because we have heard presentation where the number of rooms would be reduced from what it was previously.
Yeah, so let me see if I could do this real quick, okay? So currently, right now, the hotel has 197 rooms. The intent is to reduce the rooms to 150, transit rooms, and to take the remaining space and create maybe 20 or 30 extended stay suites. The purpose of that is that we're in a city, business traveler, they're going to spend a couple of days in the city. We want to give them accommodations that is conducive to a comfortable environment. So the suites wouldn't be, the extended stay would not be just a bigger room. It'll be a much beautiful room, like a real suite. So that's the purpose of that. Peter mentioned about the ballroom, 6,000 square feet is the size of the ballroom. It's the largest ballroom in the Mercer County area. So we intend to do all the weddings, the parties, and we're going to be proactive with that ballroom. Live entertainment, we're going to actually have, I've spoken to two well-known upscale Southern hospitality restaurant that if I mentioned the name here today, everyone would know the names of that restaurant operator. That company is very committed and want to be a part of this hotel. So think of it this way. You check into the hotel, you have dinner, You sit at a bar, there's live entertainment, music, comedians, right? So, and it's going to be going on an ongoing basis. In terms of community involvement, there's a large art community here in Trenton. So we have already solicited them to get their support. So our intent to have their work, their members' work displayed throughout the hotel and into a gallery that we're planning
Thank you,
to
because
create.
that's why I asked a question.
So
Usually
I so
get more
apologize that we
information.
didn't have enough time to really walk you
No, I
through the
understand.
entire
So when
vision.
it says
we
organizational
just don't have the time.
commitments and we see the list of names, those are organizations committed to book your hotel.
Yes, so Capitol Hill, Cure Arena, the ballpark, Trenton Historic
The Trenton
Society,
Thunder
all
used to
those
always book
organizations
hotel for the
we have
players.
personally spoken to prior to submitting a proposal in the first deadline. Deadline cuts off March 15th. I personally walked into this building and dropped the proposal off. And over that period of time, our group has tremendously grown to what you see it here today. So I just wish that we really had the time to really paint the perfect picture of what we'd like to do in the city.
Okay.
So,
My last-
Councilwoman Williams, hold on one second. And I understand, I'm gonna let you speak, but give me a second.
Thank you.
Just for the public to know, one, we don't do outbursts in here, so please let's be respectful. Number two, when we say 10 minutes for the presentation, every presentation that we have done so far, and since I've been on here, our past practices have been 10 minutes to present the actual visuals of it. Us council members are going to ask the questions where we're going to get more in depth on your presentation. So we're not rushing the question piece. I'm not going to stop any council member from asking you whatever questions they wish to ask. So just for the public to know that I'm not rushing that piece. However, we've always done 10 minutes for a presentation as far as giving us a visual. And we actually just, when we did the timer, we did the timer for 15 minutes. And instead of showing us what you guys were going to do, it was other talks about the background of your personal story. So no disrespect. I'm not rushing anyone from asking you questions. Just for everyone to understand, that is why we say 10 minutes for the visual. However, we take as much time as we need to ask as many questions as we wish to ask. And that's when we get into the meat of your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. And Council President is always fair. I tell you that. My last question is regarding capitalization. How is your project financed? How do you feel you're set with capitalization? Should you be selected that you could bring it through fruition? Because that's always a question, particularly with this hotel, because it was originally bonded for $54 million. And then when it failed, we were ending up on the hook for the 54. With now that bond is down about $2 million. So that's where people come up and they'll say, how, or whoever does this, can they do it on their own?
Well, it's a tough question, it's a tough answer to give you
Sure.
immediately, but the bigger answer would be, we're going to put equity into it, and also we're going to have some debt financing with the project. Because the property is located in a opportunity zone district, it qualifies for certain incentives that we're going to take advantage of, right? So the capital stack would be equity, debt, and those incentives. So I believe that, we have to dig a little deeper because there's a lot of unknown with the property that we do not know. So we have to get those information first before we can make a strategic decision as to how it really will be financed.
All right, and so small follow-up, Council President. For your financing, would you be able to qualify for any state financing through any of the different apparatuses?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Council President.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation again. So we all of our council members, we all got this manila envelope with a plethora of information about, what you're proposing. We got this specific packet here, left blank for exhibits, which states that there's an incident investigation report, and it states something about
That's not the right, she's reading, I think she said you're reading the other one,
what?
the other presentation.
This was all in this manila envelope.
So
with
is that
this.
theirs?
Is this all part
PA?
of this?
They're both in the same one, I think. You're reading the other one. I think.
Is it not for the same?
Yeah, I think you're reading the.
Okay, I'll resume that for later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So really quickly, before you step down, I have another question. I just wanted to get your opinion on, why do you think the last hotel failed here in the city of Trenton? Like, what would you do different why do you think the hotel that was here failed in the first place? And two, what things would you do different to mitigate whatever issues you thought was the first, from the first hotel?
Yes, so that's a very good question. One of the reasons why, in my opinion, there's several reasons that we could think of that the hotel, I personally did not know of the hotel. I've never stayed at the hotel, but in my research to put together a plan to develop this hotel, I was able to put my hands in some old reporting records on the performance of the hotel, likewise business financial plans. So I was able to dig a little deeper to get some information that most people don't know. So this hotel was catered strategically for a business traveler. So the occupancy rate through Monday through Thursday ranges between 40 to 45% occupancy.
Okay.
And then it drops off for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Reason for that, most business people are in a hotel Monday through Thursday. Thursday night, Friday morning, everybody checks out and they go back home. So this hotel, when it operated, it did not cater to the leisure traveler. They did not make the hotel a destination point. So some of the things that we're going to do is make the hotel a destination point. How? So for instance, my bigger dream is to get the War Memorial, which is the Patriot Theater, involved in our project. Okay. So if I could get my hands in the control of that hotel, Patriot Theater, I have a national company that everyone knows that will market events, concerts at the theater. So if someone come into a show at the War Memorial, guess where they're going to stay? In the hotel. So it could look like this. I'm here for a concert at the theater. I'm going to check into the hotel. I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to sit at a bar, listen to live entertainment, have a great dinner, and then check out the next morning before I have breakfast. Gotcha. That is a great weekend for an individual. So these are some of the things that I think that we're going to do that the other hotel did not do.
Thank you. Councilman Harrison.
My one question was, what's the timeline for if you got the proposal? How long would it take?
So I think that's a question for Peter, my partner. So I'm not 100% sure how long that would take.
A conversion of a hotel that size to go from almost 200 rooms to 150, I think if we start immediately, date X, I would suggest before, you're going to be open for July 4th, okay? This is one time in a lifetime. So I think sometime between April, May, you should be able to open a hotel. But we need to move fast.
So if we start, to his point, so if we were to approve this, right? So you're saying it'd take you about 9 to 10 months?
Yeah, because, the FF&E, everything that goes in a room is not manufactured in the States. Nobody does that anymore. So it's Vietnam or China. Just to get them over here, manufactured and shipped, that's the longest thing that takes a long time. The HVAC of the whole hotel need to be replaced. It's all done. So that's fixes, but to get the HVAC on the roof, again, where is it coming from? How long is it gonna take? How is it shipped? That is the only, everything else we can do. That's nothing. Train people, put them in, get it open. That's easy. But we need the staff to turn the hotel to become something different than it is today. And it has to be good.
Got it.
That's the whole idea.
Councilman, you done?
I don't know if I answered your question. Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. I just have one question. Thank you for this detailed report. And I see the timeline of your proposed project plans to be completed from start to finish in about 42 months. How is this being funded? And have you provided proof of funding to the administration as well? So I'm concerned about, it seems to be a ballpark figure with the gentleman that was speaking earlier with the T-shirt on, when he said it was like just a ballpark figure, but there was no exact estimates, and that seems to be missing in the whole scope of work here. So do you mind elaborating on the sources of funding?
I just want to question the proposal that you have in front of you. Is that our Millstone Holding proposal?
It's this one. That's what I'm looking at the correct one. This one, right? This
Yes,
yours.
yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
So there's it's source of funding on here. It's a financing breakdown. And I see that there's equity financing from Millstone Holdings LLC. There's a construction development loans. There's also tax incentives and financial incentives. Have you gotten any type of loan commitments from any lenders for the construction and development loan? Can you elaborate on where you're getting the funding from?
It's very important to understand that before we put numbers on a piece of paper, we have to actually see what the hotel needs to become a real hotel. It's called the PIP program, Property Improvement Plan. When the Hyatt brand brings in their people and they walk the whole property, they give us a list like the yellow pages, and they say, if you're going to be a Hyatt-centric, this is what you need to do. Once we have that list, we'll go out and we shop it, we price it, and we see the timeline of delivery. We're not there yet because we haven't done this homework to see what really the hotel needs, what behind the walls, what's under. You need carpet, you need new flooring, you need wallpaper. It's a lot of stuff.
I understand that, and I didn't mean to interrupt you as well, but regardless of whether you've been able to assess the entire scope of work, do you have commitments for funding is the question.
Well, that's
So,
good.
you know, whether it would be 30 million or 50 million, if it's somewhere in that ballpark, have you been able to procure funding for wherever it's going to land?
No, I don't want to lecture on real estate development, but nobody has control over this property yet. Nobody's spent any real money. Nobody's hired an architect. Nobody has done probably as much as we've done, because my contractor's been through the building twice and is putting conceptual construction budgets together. We just connected with Hyatt, so we don't know what their FF&E package is. When you select your developer, I think you need to understand and ask everybody that is interested in this, what have you done in the past? What's your track record? How many hundreds of millions of dollars have you borrowed from banks in the past? Because this is a partnership. This is, you pick us, and then we put our hearts and souls into the project and we make it real. Because right now, it's still early in the process. Nobody has been awarded this project yet. When that happens, and if you pick the right horse, it's going to be the group that is for real, the group that has the financial capabilities and can demonstrate to you that they've done hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of projects like Costas and I have done. So there is anybody that says they has a financing commitment at this early stage of a project is making it up.
Sir,
it's just not possible.
I don't mean to cut you off again. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am not operating in hundreds of millions of dollars, but I am a real estate developer myself, so I definitely understand the process, but I appreciate you taking the time to explain it. I'm asking if you do have any access to funding. It's great that you have a track record, and I'm trying to get to the point where you have funding available or you have access
Yes, we have
to
funding.
capital.
We have access to funding and a demonstrated track record of funding over and over for a 30-year period of time.
Okay. Awesome.
Over and over.
Awesome.
I mean, I'm not trying to be cocky here, but we're trying to work together with council to make this happen. We want this for the same reasons you want this. This group is here because they want to do something in downtown Trenton to help downtown Trenton. I'm not Mr. Greedy developer trying to get rich on a project in Trenton.
And
It's
we
not what this
appreciate
group is.
We appreciate that, and no one is alluding nor insinuating that you are. We are doing our due diligence in vetting every last single proposal that we receive, because historically we have seen people who have shown proof of funding or that they have done other projects and they have purchased massive amounts of properties or massive large properties, and they have sat on them for years because no one is holding them accountable, right? There was no process to make sure they had the funding procured prior to them purchasing it. And not that you have to have the funding procured. However, there are such things as pre-approvals for loans and things like that. You don't go look at a property without a pre-approval in today's economy, right? So I'm asking you, in
No, not right.
essence, do you have some type of pre-approval or some type of proof of funds that would assure this council that this project is going to come to fruition? No one is being combative with you, and we're not trying to insinuate anything like that. We just need straight answers.
I'm just, I'm trying to be honest about where we stand in this process and where anybody else stands in this process that presents to council. Nobody has financing. What they have is a passion to take the project on, to take on and to demonstrate to you that they have banking references and financial resources that are well capable of financing. And I wish I could tell you the construction cost number. I will have it probably an estimate tomorrow. I was hoping I would have it for tonight. So I did throw out that $30 million number, but I'm not really sure. And Costas may have a different, and Hyatt may have a different point of view in terms of just how far we go with the renovation. I can tell you that it's been vacant for a long time. The building is structurally phenomenal. I was concerned about that. And that the HVAC system is completely shot. That's big money. I just think, what I'm trying to say is that I don't go into projects, and I've been doing it for 30 years with a financing commitment just because I take a project on. I go to banks and shop it, and they compete for our business.
If I may, that's very important. Yeah. One component we missed, and I'm sorry for that. This guy, to get a higher franchise from higher corporation, they will put you through the ringer. They will check you 10 ways to Sunday, 5 generations back, your bank accounts, because brands don't like to put the higher name on the building, and 2 years later it comes down. It's a black eye in the brand. What happened to Marriott here? We're not going to be repetitious about it. So he passed the smelling test for hire to say, you can use my name on your building. That's huge. If they don't say that, if anybody can control him, and if he's able to do that and us running it, talk to her. Because that's the one that says, here's the name. And I trust you do a good job with it. That's important.
Awesome. Thank you. All we needed to hear was that that funding was definitely okay and that this project can be paid for. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council
Councilwoman
President.
Feliciano.
Thank you. So just in looking at this, and to not belabor the time on it, in here in the project financing breakdown section, page 13, it says that the total projected development cost for the renovation is estimated at $30 million. Right. Okay. So there we are, $30 million. It says that the financing will be derived from a combination of equity, construction loans, development financing, and available tax incentives. Then it says that Millstone Holdings LL and LLC will provide a significant portion of the equity for the project. And then you're in partnership with ARD Development, a well-established development. I think to Council Vice President's point, when it comes to showing us the capability of the financing that would be available and what it was that you needed, 30 million is the number, right? That's what it says. And then it has here that you would get a significant portion of it from Millstone Holdings. So maybe if we saw something that would show the financial status of that company as far as number wise, like what have they done in the past? Here's the performance record of where they are. Here is our relationship with them. When, to her point, when she kept asking about, we just want to know where the funding is coming from, then that would kind of help us to say, okay, they have this relationship. Here's the numbers of what they did. And then we could say, all right, then that does make sense. Right now, we see words, but we don't see anything concrete in the number. It then also says here, you will be working closely at one point with local, state, and federal agencies to identify and secure all available financial support. And then after you have this assessment that's done, it says, we expect to secure favorable terms from one or more of these lenders. You're now currently, the institutions are awaiting a comprehensive assessment of the property to better understand the scope. To her point, if you had something to be able to show that you had access to at least the $30 million, which you're saying are the projected cost, then that would kind of help us also in seeing, right, how much money you can actually leverage before you have to start coming to the state, the local, and all this other kind of stuff like that. So to that point, I mean, I would like to see those numbers. I'm sure council would like to see those numbers as well, just to be able to show. Again, we're not throwing it up against the wall to see if it sticks. We're glad to see everybody that comes forward that wants to invest in Trenton, but we are not looking for another situation where people say they want to come in. You can't really finance or get in. We need to see proof that you can do this. And y'all should have something from the other people that you say are going to be a majority stakeholder in this. We should be able to see their numbers up front to see what they've done. And then the relationship between the two, that we could tie in and say, okay, this makes sense to us.
Yes, absolutely agree. When the proposal was first turned in, it's been months now. The profile and structure of this transaction has changed tremendously over a couple of months. At the time when that proposal was turned in, Peter had just got involved with the project, right? So, and we didn't, you know, I've met with banks and got verbal conversations with them because my previous career, I have a great relationship with several large lenders, and financial institutions. So, at the time when I made the proposal, I was very confident that I could get whatever financing I want at the time for that property. Now that things have changed and Peter is involved, we're looking at it from a different set of lens, right? So, you know, right now where we are is that we need to know exactly what it's going to cost so that we could then provide accurate proof of funds and where the actual funds are coming from.
Thank you. I think that's it. And just for also for the public and for you all to know that this is our first introduction of you presenting to us, right? And so that's why I wanted to explain that 10 minutes is for the visual piece of it. We ask as many questions, so the presentation really is way longer than 10 minutes, clearly. But this is, once we narrow down who we're interested in, we'll be calling you back over so we can go in depth even further. So just, you know, just so that you understand how we have done it in the past, and that's kind of how we kind of keep moving forward. Okay.
I really do appreciate that,
Okay.
that and appreciate your time because I really think that the value in our presentation needed to be heard. And unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to really spell out the vision the correct way that at least I intended when I first walked in.
Well, I want to offer you the opportunity. Is there anything else you would like to state?
That's it. I'm
Okay.
so appreciative of your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander and Tim. I would like to call now the representatives from Expo Italia LLC.
No, this is this one, right?
Good evening, council.
If you could just give us 2 seconds, let me try to, I know Councilman Harrison ran to the bathroom. I just want them to be able to hear, and I see Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg and Williams. We're going to start the next presentation.
Oh, we're ready. Did you see this?
All right, we're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grace Fernandez. I am a Trentonian, local. I have invested on just East State Street right now at this moment over $1 million of investment to refurbish a building. And also we have other things here in Trenton. For the past 7 years, I've been involved in the hotel because how we got here. Dr. Biswana bought this hotel from an option from the city. That family was actually my client when I was a banker in my other life. I actually was a manager for a bank, and then I became a business banker, and then an international business banker, and then an international business development investment firm that I work with. One thing I can say about Dr. Biswana is that he had a dream. He wanted that hotel to be a beacon of hope of Trenton. Right now, Mr. Deepak Biswana is in the Zoom. He's in the hospital with his mother, Mrs. Biswana. And that family have invested over $20 million trying to make it right. But they were not given the opportunity because they were not local. They partnered with the wrong people. When you ask what happened with the hotel, why the hotel fell, that's what it was. They partnered with the wrong people. I have right here the actual data of the occupancy of the hotel. I have all the files from the hotel. I can tell you how the current people that have the deed got it. I have all the paperwork, I have all the proofs, and I have also the closing that was done on that, and they never pay Deepak. That's how we got here. Expo Italia then went and invested $500,000 trying to get the hotel back, and it got sabotaged days before we got our appraisal. We have an appraisal of the hotel in its current form. We have also engineering reports. We have a developer that did actually the numbers that you guys might have from our original proposal that was given to the city back in March, but they misplaced half of the proposal. So I'm not sure what you have there. But we do have this presentation, and we also have the very nice people from Choice Hotels. They are international brand with Radisson. They are also on the Zoom. And they've been here in Trenton. They actually love the concept because, Trenton is an underdog. People come here, like you said, they come and use us as stepping stone. I don't have, this is my end game. The same thing with everybody else that is in this call. Dr. Borjas is a developer. He's on the call too. You can see all the people there, but I want to talk about the fun thing now, because how we're going to make this work, because Trenton is a special place. You cannot just come here and open a hotel and think that it's going to work, because I spent 3 years on East State Street analyzing what we need to do to make East State Street work. Believe it or not, it's only one thing: opening the gate to connect the parking lot. You open that gate and East State Street will change. That is the simplest thing to do, but this is Trenton. Sometimes we have simple solutions, sometimes we need bigger solutions. So the project vision of the Global Expo Suites and Radisson Hotel is to bring a permanent trade show into the city. Why? Because our data shows that around this whole area, there is not a trade show area. We have over 70 manufacturing companies from Italy already signing with LOIs. We've been working on this project for the past 7 years. We will be creating a 25,000 square feet conference and trade center. And not only for Italian housewares, but also we have already spoken with Mexico, Dominican Republic, Dubai, and make it an international destination because Trenton has a lot to offer. We are a history center. We started a revolution 250 years ago. I think we can start another revolution now. And I know we can now change every problem that is out there in the world, but I believe working together, we can change the 7.4 square miles where we live and where we call it home. So we will have also a public accessible gym. We don't have a gym. Focusing on our neighbors, this is the capital city. So we need to cater it to our neighbors, to the people that come here and use our roads. They need to start spending money here, but what do we have to offer to the state employees? So we will have a public gym for them, a wellness center, a luxury spa, a year-round glass house pool, culinary incubator, international restaurants featuring rotating guest chefs. We have a team for that. All of that is developed. And this project can be copied and mimicked in anywhere else, but we wanna start it here in Trenton for obvious reasons, because I'm from Trenton, I'm the one doing the heavy lifting for everybody. So Expo Italia and Global Expo, they are two different companies. They do have a lot of access to a lot of manufacturing companies. I will explain further because obviously we have a very limited amount of time here. So, and this thing is not working. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. So I want you to see more what we're talking about. So this is how Expo Italia will look. We will choose 2 floors of the hotel. We will have 150 rooms, and we will have also a dog-friendly cafe on the side between War Memorial and the hotel. And we definitely need the parking lot. We need to work on getting that, and we also will have a rooftop. We have 3 phases on this. We do have financing. Dr. Borja is our developer and finance guru. He has many projects already. He owns real estate, hotels. He actually is the vice president of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey. And he, well, you have some of his information. You can look everybody on LinkedIn. We are actually real people. We don't have shell companies. We all from New Jersey or from respectful local areas. We do put our names on the loans, and we have banks that would love to support this venture. Talking about sustainability, we do have a lot of sustainable, meaning that my main job, the one that pays the bills, is recycling of electronics, and recycling of solar panels, company that we want to actually talk about problem block 2 later on, because we will be able to create over 300 jobs right off the bat. So with the phase timeline, so this is we want to do a dog-friendly cafe and our glass pool, which I personally designed that, and I think it will be a hit here in Trenton. And we have the phase timeline. So if council approve this master developer designation, we have we have an opening, a structural completion in March 2026. As I say, we have already phase 1 environmental, we have engineer reports, we have we have a big appraisal that was done, very costly. And we have our leadership team is from CEOs to Deepak Viswanath, who is the president of Edison's Holding, who is the rightful owner of the hotel right now. But we don't talk about Bruno. So I think I'm gonna leave now. There's a lot of stuff that I can talk about here, but I would like Radisson to take over the mic.
Okay, good evening, everybody. How's everybody
How much, we only have
Council?
like 2 minutes left, George, Jorge, huh?
2 minutes?
I mean. Oh.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
Grace, can you just also give me 30 seconds, please?
Did you want that
Marcus?
time? Yes. Okay, well, good evening, everybody. I am Marcus Thomas, Director of Strategic Programs with Choice Hotels. While Grace kind of goes through the slides and kind of shows you guys some of the design from the hotel itself, we are looking at partnering doing a Radisson brand. Radisson brand is a brand that Choice Hotels actually purchased roughly 2 years ago now. It fits in that upscale segment, so full service in that segment with restaurant, bar, meeting space that all kind of fits the mold of what this development needs to be in that particular site as well. Our purpose statement is real simple, y'all. It is to enable the American dream, fueling independent businesses through our proven brands, empowering our owners to grow, build better lives for their families, and improve their communities. And from everything that I have heard in this meeting tonight, I think this purpose statement pretty much sums up everything that everybody on this call is trying to achieve right now. I feel confident in saying that, and kind of the route we're taking here, being that this group would be a new developer, is we have a program here at Choice Hotels. I invite everybody on the council to look it up. It's our SOAR program, and we handhold and walk new developers through this hotel development process. Grace Fernandez has already qualified for that program, and she's walking through that program now, which is why she's here in that meeting tonight. We aid in 3 different ways, y'all. We aid in a lot of education, which she's gone through, and I feel like she's ready to make this step to acquire this hotel. We also aid in a significant financial incentive. Flags do that, so there's going to be an incentive that Choice Hotels will kick in as well to add to the capital stack. And then thirdly, we connect her or our clients to all of the team that she's going to need to build the ecosystem around her. So if she does need additional funding, which she has already, we connect her to that. If she did need another GC, which she has already, we would connect her to that. Operators, management companies, we have a laundry list of them. We have 2 in particular that are able to operate in a situation where you guys may be bringing family entertainment. We understand that is the buzzword, and creating the destination is what you are trying to do at this particular site. We totally understand that concept. So we have operators right now that are ready to kind of take over and operate under those specific models. Just in support itself from Choice Hotels, we support in a few different ways. I'm on slide number 43 now, Grace, if you're there.
We cannot see the slides, but I believe council has the copies.
Couple of slides from the back. If you guys are able to look, our industry leading technology, Choice Hotels is one half of a hospitality company. It's one half of a technology company. A lot of our competition derives their technology based off of the platforms that Choice Hotel produces. Our award-winning education, we have a platform called Choice University, which we educate our operators on, we educate our general managers on, we educate our franchisees on, we educate the associates on. So it allows the franchisee to learn from the high level all the way down to the associate level and really understand kind of what your employees are going through. If we're talking creating true economic development, this is how we've done it. This is proven, and this is why this is going to work. We have dedicated upscale support, something that Choice Hotels didn't really have before this whole upscale choice by program was created. Revenue
Marcus,
optimization. Yes.
I need, we have 2 minutes. So Dr. Borjas, can you grab the mic, please?
Can you hear me?
Marcus, yes, but I need Dr. Borjas
Yep, I'm here.
to speak.
I'm sorry, Marcus. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Boris.
Sorry about that. No, fantastic job, Marcus. I think at the end of the day, thank you, Grace, and thank you, Council. It's all about helping out with the Trenton 250, and ultimately, one thing that hasn't been spoken about is like the FIFA World Cup next year, right? So there's going to be a lot of opportunities when it comes to the redevelopment, for economic development, as far as job creation, as far as hospitality growth, increased tourism, promotion of international culture, historic preservation, working with the city of Trenton in order to use that, in order to leverage Lafayette Hotel. As Grace mentioned earlier, the use of sustainability, implementation of green building practices, and I think, of course, with the backing of what Marcus just mentioned in regards to the Choice Hotel and everything that Grace has gone through as far as training, as far as the education, as far as the financing. I think it's a home run, no pun intended. There's also a lot of great opportunities when it comes to, I think earlier when you was talking to the other folks as far as, can we do this? Yeah, absolutely, we could do this with a mixture of whether it's equity investment, the debt investment, debt financing, of course, the backing of Choice with Choice Hotels. I think it's a great opportunity there. And last but not least, as far as job creation, and all about the community, all about helping and giving back and being able to create construction jobs and everything Grace has been able to do, and leveraging different various project labor agreements, and creating those permanent jobs, and leveraging workforce development programs, and collaborating with Isles Inc., Mercer County, Community College, Unite Here, and the different unions, Local 54, Local 269. I think at the end of the day, it's all about getting the community involved and making this a reality. So I think with the great partnership with Grace, with Choice, and of course with the entire team, I think we can make it happen.
Thank you so much. That was
Thank
the
you.
time anyway. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to open up the floor for any council members. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question to Ms. Fernandez. You say, you do say you're a Trentonian through and through. We have an incident report here dated from 2024 that shows your address in Tabernacle, New Jersey.
Yes.
So that's where you live now? How long have you lived there? When did you live in New
I
Trenton?
live there for 2 years, but I do have a building on 37th State Street, and I just purchased a house, which I've been fixing and spending money, but unfortunately inspections is taking very, very long, and contractors believe that they can come to Trenton and take your money and do stuff halfway, and I do have 23 Caldwater Terraces, my property.
But your home address is Tabernacle?
It's yes.
Okay. So can you just explain this incident investigation report? It stated that you, I guess, were finagled out of $550,000 cash money. Can you explain this to us?
Yes, it was when we tried to buy the place from, this is Exquitalia, before we knew how this happened, how they actually scam the people that have the deed right now, how they scam the original owner, which I have the closing documents here that shows that they supposedly pay Edison's Holding $10 million, but they didn't. And also there's a copy of a bunch of payments that they did to the city, and apparently the city never got tax money or anything. That should be there too. But this is the original documentation.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we have that, but so $550,000 you invested that you
Our group,
was at a loss for, correct?
yes.
You ever able to recover that money?
No.
So where did that money come from? And now you're able to invest further? Are you investing more money?
Yes. We have loans. That's what we're paying right now. We have to, and another thing is the owner, the original owner who invested over $20 million on this property, Edison's Holding, that family, they want to get their building back or get get their funds, the $10 million that was never paid to them. We have spent $150,000 already in legal fees, but I've been asking for a meeting to show all the stuff because there's no reason why the city and everybody else should be involved in litigation when we have a perfectly good project that we all want open. Because at the end of the day, this is about opening back the hotel.
Right, but so it seems like you were a sole proprietor of $500,000 that you gave to this hotel and it fell through. And now here you are again saying, I'm still trying to invest. It just, where is this money coming from? How are you able to?
I made $3 million on my business last year. I do have taxes to show, and I can show you all my taxes. And I'm not only partner. We have Equitalia, we have Leonardo, which is a multi-billion-dollar company from Italy. We have Borjas Consulting. We have also all the partners that I actually convinced them to come to Trenton. We've been coming here for several years trying to get this project done. And it's not, and also Equitalia has contracts with tenants for the particular permanent trade shop. And I can show you also the finances and the contracts with those brands. The brands are brands that are, they are Italian brands. And they want to open shop here in Trenton because actually we don't have import taxes. So they want to make it a destination because in Miami, we were going to do this project. But people might think because one is humble, doesn't have the capabilities, but I am an international business development officer for a hedge fund. And also I do work as a business development officer for an NGO that had consulting status at the United Nations. And I'm the chairperson of the Dominican U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
So these imports for this hotel will be coming from Italy and other countries?
We want to use funding. There's funding already in place from Italy with the contracts. As soon as we sign a contract, they will put a deposit and we have 50% of what our revenue will be yearly. I can show that, but that's proprietary information. But we are transparent. We are U.S. citizens, so we have to pay taxes, all of us.
And tariffs at this point, correct?
Well, no tariffs because they will pay tariffs if they bring the stuff made from Italy. What we're planning to do is we're planning to bring because there's no import taxes on materials. So what we want to do is we want to assemble this stuff here. There is a building up for grabs that cannot be used for housing, which is 50 Old Barack. We have renderings and a proposal for that building to become a manufacturing company for shoes, bags, and stuff for Italian wear. And then they can become a free zone. We are in the talks with a free zone from Dubai because that place is a fortress, so it's safe. So stuff that go in there can live there without paying any taxes to Latin America, and that's how the influx of tourism will come from people that business to business that want to come. And also the good part is that the Italians want to be very aggressive and competitive. This is a market that is their market. They're the biggest market for anybody. So they want to cater it not only to the U.S., but also the diaspora in the U.S.
And they want to invest in Trenton.
Yes.
So, and to be fair, Grace, because I asked the other two presenters, the one tonight and one prior, we have a downtown, you're familiar with our downtown area. How does this project coming to the city of Trenton, to our downtown area, how do you propose that it's going to revamp our downtown business district moving forward?
It's not and again, it's not about me. I just put myself in the front because it's hard to come here as an outsider, and at the end of the day, actually not, it's hard to be here because outsiders get I guess they come with shell companies and do what they did at the hotel with $3,000 suits, and they say that they're judgment proof. So they take money from people. They actually they scam people. They take people's properties. They're stealing people's properties right now, and we want to fight back. And at this point,
Grace.
I would, really quick, I'm sorry. Somebody talking?
or Leslie.
Sorry. Huh.
Answer your question.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Having questions.
She's trying to answer your question.
Oh.
No, she's actually Urban Redevelopment Alliance. She's a big consultant, have hundreds of millions of dollars under her belt, and she's in every level of development that you can possibly think of.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Leslie. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Grace has a great vision for the project. I've worked with different developers from Irvington to Newark to Camden, Philadelphia, Miami, and it's a great, huge dream, and we want to achieve as much of that dream as possible, but there's also realistic expectations, and we have to start realistically first. And I think realistically, revamping the hotel, renovating it. I come from a construction background. I've been a part of the redevelopment of Long Branch, Asbury Park. I have a track record. I can send my resume. I've worked with developers all over New Jersey. I've worked with Adina. I've worked with Romani Group, Russo, tons of developers. I do see potential in Trenton. I'm from New Jersey, born and raised. My family's done tons of redevelopment here. I would love to see something in our state capital. I think that there's so many state workers, and we have conferences, and Congress needs to have a place to go that they want to leave after work, and they want to have dinner, and they want to stay, and they want to have those coffee shops and those restaurants, and they're not just rushing home after work. So we really want to focus on that also. The manufacturing is great, but we do also want to really revamp the hotel and have that go-to coffee shop and have a place for the workers of Trenton to want to go to. And when we took down the Irvington General Hospital, everyone told us that we were crazy and that no one was going to come there. No one was going to feel safe there. And we're completely redeveloping Irvington right now. And it took us 20 years, but we're getting there. And it starts with someone really believing in it and a dream. And Grace really has that passion, and she believes in it. The team here believes in it. I would not be here and waste my time if I didn't think that there was some bit of hope there. I think we're here trying to keep everybody on track and get it realistic. We have visions of revamping the hotel, and we did have some conversations with Hyatt and Marriott and everyone, but we do believe that Radisson has the backing. They're realistic, they have the financing, and they do have the people who can realistically get us to that place. We would like to continue those conversations. I have realistic construction budgets. I have the support. I am, on the board for the Women in Housing and Finance for Affordable Housing. I am, I have a track record of minority and women-owned percentage, making sure that all of the workers are, it's tracked and it's realistic. It's about the community. This isn't a pipe dream. And also, making sure everyone's accountable. Because we don't want a developer just coming in and draining out everything of this project. A great location, but we want it to give back to the community, but also bring money in. The manufacturing will come, but I think you really have to focus on getting the hotel to be the
Thank you.
state goal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I yield to my council.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Hi, Ms. Fernandez. Just had a couple questions, and I'll repeat one of them. As far as capitalization, I saw that you listed that you thought the cost was going to be $25 million. And then for the renovation, and then you listed in here, potential financing with state, federal, All different.
Actually, we have the exact numbers. The thing is like, this group and I share a common
Yeah.
denominator, which was my attorney. So there was some type of leakage.
Okay.
And
Well,
I didn't
think
want to
'cause
send, but
Willard must have shared the budget that I had given him a few years ago, because that was the only construction budget I had given. So
yeah, we have we
yeah.
have the construction budget. We submitted it to you guys. It's
Update it.
line by line, and it's 3 phases, but it's a total of within 5 years, a total investment of $44 million.
44. Okay.
Yes.
So as of now, is any of the financing in place or?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how much of that financing is currently in place?
We have $20 million.
20, okay. And
We
so-
also have the original drawings, the original structural engineer, civil engineer, the contractor, Turner Construction. We have all of the partners in place that have been on board to help us with the history of the project, which is extremely important.
Okay. And I told you, I get the concept of Expo Italia and what you're going to be generally doing. But in particular, can you talk about architecturally, what will be different than what we knew it as the Marriott and then later as the Wyndham? Because,
Mhm.
you know, the Expo is definitely a new concept, but I think a lot of folks, me included, want to know, okay, what is going to be different than what we had before? Because I do want to know architecturally, like a rooftop terrace bar, that's probably not going to happen.
Well, the rooftop is going to happen, but it's going to be about $1 million just on the elevator alone, because it's going to have to be put outside. But this hotel made money. I do have the financials. I was their banker. The hotel made money. The liquor made money. There was business every weekend. There is a need for a hotel here. Don't let people fool you that that place didn't make money. It did make money. The problem is the money was coming in and was going out through.
It was Wyndham.
When was Wyndham? Yes.
Okay, so then architecture, can you take us inside?
We just need a box, open box for the expo to be set up. Imagine Macy's, how Macy's have their booths set up for each designer. That's the layout for the expo.
So the very large room, is any of that going to be reduced from what it was before? Because people went to weddings, they went to all kinds of different.
Now, the downstairs is gonna remain the same, because the only thing that you're gonna have downstairs differently is a couple of shops and then an addition next door for the doggy cafe.
For the cafe. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, we're moving on to public comment, and I just want to say, thank you all so much for your patience. I know it wasn't easy. I was not expecting the portion with us, with the mayor to go as long as it did. But please keep in mind that the special meeting was for the actual hotel presentations, and we added on this ordinance because of the public's concern. So if you have signed a clipboard, we are going to begin the public comment. Again, thank you so much. Gracias por su paciencia con nosotros. And Mr. Garcia, I don't know who's first on, but can you go over the decorum for us, please?
I'm sorry?
Go over the decorum for
Certainly.
our public.
To the public comment will be, and Madam President, I will.
How many do we have signed up? I'm sorry.
Certainly. We have 12, 24, 25, 26.
All right, just,
30.
we'll just,
We
we'll
have
stick,
upwards
we're-
of-
we'll
we have
stick to the
upwards of
5 minutes.
30 plus.
We'll stick to the 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna stick to the regular time.
Okay. Very well. So the public comment will be 5 minutes for each individual. You may address any matter that you wish. Council President, I apologize. Are we going to have more than one public comment session for this meeting, or are we going
One
to have
public comment.
one
So we
public
need to, we need to amend that? No, we already have it as listed as one, right?
Well, we have on the agenda, we have listed,
We're gonna do one public comment. We'll just go down the list.
so in that case, then I would ask you if you want to ask for a motion to
Amend the
amend
agenda.
the agenda and consolidate public comment to one couple comment session.
So we can, maybe have a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Noted. Roll call. Vice President Edwards?
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
See with
Again, the public comment will be 5 minutes in duration. You may address any matter that you wish. The council is not obligated to respond. Our first individual listed is Round Jackson.
no, you got
No,
to come
sir,
here.
you won't be able to be heard by anybody who's listening from outside.
Thank you.
Usually I don't do this. I just don't. I get inbox all the time.
Please do state your name and address for the record. I apologize. I did not say so.
Round Jackson, 486.
Thank you.
489 West State Street.
Thank you, sir.
I usually don't do this. I get inbox all the time. Round one, can you come and speak here? Can you speak here? I just don't get involved. Now they said, and I won't be disrespectful, they sat up here for about 20 something minutes, maybe 30, talking about a hotel. It sounded good. To John said, do y'all got a game plan for the money? So now they dropped the ball. So it goes from, oh, no, I ain't said we had it going. People want to see money, something on paper. Well, we got our first 20. It's all talk. Why you think the young lady right here, Miss Gonzalez, she said, why did the last hotel, why didn't it work? You know why it didn't work? Ain't nobody coming here and spending, if the money ain't here, you got to have people to work here. You got to have people in this town that want to stay at these hotels. And it is embarrassing. You do want a hotel here. When I fly artists in, I had Bonnie here from Mother's Day. She said, where I'm staying, we're at in Trenton. I had to say, I got to take her to Ewing. She like, well, why you don't want me to stay in Trenton? I said, nah, the Ewing Hotel, they just rent. I had to come up with something to make the city look bad. Now, I own a moving company. You know how many people I moved out of here? I moved out of here, out of Trenton to other states, over 300 and something people. So when somebody say, Rand, I got 4,000 or 5,000, I need to go to Atlanta, I need to go to Texas. It ain't my job to say, stay here. You know, it is business. I got to take this money. It's business. You know that. But they don't just say they leaving here because of the gunshot. They say they leaving here because it ain't nothing here. I remember coming up, you had 4 or 5 libraries all over. It was something to have a library card. It's not, we're talking about a hotel. It's not even a Burger King here. And I'm about to start saying, they say, well, it's a McDonald's on Cass, but the other one I'm starting to think is Lawrence. I got to do a little investigation. They're trying to say Trenton. I believe it's Lawrence, but it's no skating rink here. It's nothing. Now they said special meeting. What the special meeting about? Is it the mayor and weed man? Let's face it. I wish he was here, but he left because we are the public. Now, I'm not going to knock the mayor. I ain't here for the mayor, and I'm not going to knock weed, man, because the mayor got people that surround him that I got mad love. One is Crystal. When I did the turkey drive, Andrew Bobbitt, this is some years ago, gave me about 5 or 6 turkeys, and Brian Blakely. Brian turned me on to my first long distance job about 13 years ago going to Florida. So I'm not here to knock him, but I think them two should have had a meetings of the mind come together, even if it's private. Because if you can go, now, I don't know, I didn't ask Weed Man, if you can go to Weed Man, have you ever endorsed the mayor? Have you ever had a mayor ever came to you? What I'm trying to say, if you can come to the mayor for endorsements or to help me, you know, to vote for me, I think you can come to the mayor and sit down. I mean, I think the mayor can go to Weed Man and say, let's talk. Let's talk this out. A bunch of cops, and I ain't gonna blame every Trenton cop, because if I'm a cop and I'm in my car, I ain't getting out to talk to 200-300 people by myself. I quit. But a lot of these cops are lazy. You go by the car, they on their phone, a lot of them sleep, this, that, and the third. So when you got a crowd out there, don't nobody want to see nobody get hurt. You see kids out here getting, but it's really the kids. but it start with the parent. So we can throw the cops under the bus, but it start at home. But every time something go down, who we blame? If they go down by 610, you gonna just throw the hot potato on weed, man. If it go down somewhere behind the city hall, we can't blame an individual. Now, I don't know, because you get into constitutional rights, can people stand? You don't want to see that. I seen a video, they showed me, yo, Ryan, you see the video Crystal put up? I didn't like it, but it was true. You don't want to see a bunch of people out here pissing outside, shitting outside, or whatever, excuse my language. You don't want to see that. But is that a security issue? I don't know. Or if that's a police issue, because you get into constitutional rights. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is,
Mr. Ron, appreciate you.
Would stand back. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, council. My name is Willard Stanback. For tonight, my address will be 36 West Lafayette Street. That's where I have my business. And coincidentally, when I'm coming out of my office, I'm looking at the gap between the War Memorial and the hotel. So I've been waiting for this to get developed for a very, very long time. What I like to do is just give a backdrop with respect to what the city has been planning to do for years. And that's with respect to the Trenton 250 plan. So I'm going to take a couple minutes to read the actual wording from the Trenton 250 plan, if you'll indulge me. Downtown is a critical community asset that can further provide civic, business, shopping, and recreational needs. As noted in the Trenton 250 plan, the city wants to strengthen its underutilized asset by facilitating the development of more quality market rate downtown housing, supporting the formation of a creative district, nurturing retail expansion, expanding placemaking, open space, and recreational opportunities, and building upon its core strengths of transit-supported character, walkability, and proximity to the Delaware River. The plan goes on to say, to achieve this, the city and its partners, including Greater Trenton, TDA, TPA, CCRC, and the state of New Jersey, need a detailed, consensus-driven downtown strategic development plan that genders community input and focuses on mobilization and coordinating public and private investment in accordance with the vision, guiding principles, and goals identified in the Trenton 250 plan. It goes on to say, such an effort should be seen as in contrast to the previous efforts that were more design-oriented, including the use of urban design code. These past efforts were largely unsuccessful, in part because much of the work was devoted to enforcing the design code rather than developing an overhaul development strategy for the downtown area and facilitating private and public investment. It seems to me that the council and administration should be cautious in now going down a road that may be more business restrictive than warranted, given our goals and the possible actions that may be implemented after the development of this strategy. I agree that there needs to be action to address current situations, but I'm suggesting that sooner than later, we all should be working together with meaningful input from all constituents on a complete development strategy for the capital city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Raven George.
Good evening, council. My name is Raven George, 19 Everett Alley, and I'm a professional artist born in Jersey City and raised in Trenton, New Jersey. My work is rooted not only in creativity, but in service, healing, and justice. I serve this community in ways that goes beyond the canvas. From learning about the land, feeding the community at Capital City Farm, to teaching young school scholars at Sprout U, Foundation Academy, and Artworks. My purpose has always been to use art as a tool for social change. Currently, I'm a grantee of the Creek to Canal Creative District Grant and the founder of Creek to Canvas Creativity Flows Like Water, a grassroots movement that reclaims community spaces through free, accessible art and nature experience taking place at the Children's Garden in Roberto Clemente Park. I view Trenton as one microcosmic family with extensions of other families. Everyone can agree with anyone can agree that any and everything, that they will do any and everything to ensure their family's safety. Sorry. I'd like to address the public health issues that has existed beyond generations and how this issue intercepts the mission to create safe spaces for the community to flourish. My examples are break-ins occurring in search of shelter, so they sleep there in a garden space, breaking in the garden for violence, destroying signs, throwing paint, and lastly, ruining produce grown by families for families. This is not protection. It's not safe. There's a locked gate, but containment or removal of things is damage control when we need them. Illness, homelessness, and decay aren't things to be generalized. But it's proof that as long as these issues go unaddressed, we don't care, which mirrors you don't care about families. Here's what I propose in order to make the garden safe. Secure fencing and backing along the back ways of the garden facing the highway, park security, and last but not least, lighting throughout the garden. And I would just like to end with a quote Maya Angelou said, that a lot of people might forget what you've done, they might forget what you said, but they will never, ever forget how you've made them feel. So I'm asking you to step up, to show up, to help me make this garden safe, so that way we can truly flourish and make people feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicente Barrientos.
Vicente,
Okay.
you don't want to go? Oh.
Maria Herwig.
Good evening.
32 Perrine Avenue. First and foremost, I urge the administration and council to stop indiscriminate elimination of mature, healthy trees, sometimes under the excuse of ill-conceived new green spaces, especially in East Trenton, North Ward, one of the most impoverished sections in the city. The tree canopy alone brings health and wealth, not to mention environmental justice, per academic research. Second, please consider very carefully the HUD, Housing and Urban Development, federal government grants coming up for your vote on August 5th. Repeal or demand amends. To my dismay, we were basically muted at the public comment Zoom meeting. We were made to listen instead of being heard and listened. The 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan perpetuates generational misery for residents and is conceived mostly by people that do not live or understand Trenton, for the most part. Third, I support all legal business in Trenton, regardless of their hours. Lastly, for the record, I express my full support and approval of Trenton Police Department despite the administration they currently must follow orders from. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you.
Mary Horn.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Mary Horn, 870 Parkside Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. I just want to piggyback on the last presenter for the hotel in reference to 23 Catwater Terrace.
Ms. Warren, can you bring the microphone down some, please? Thank you.
In reference to 23 Catwater Terrace, that is my civic association. Mr. Edward Blue owned that house until last year. I just want to say, boy, do they move fast, because if she bought that house, he just passed away a year ago. Just point that out. So when people say people come to Trenton, you know, don't say it if you're doing the same thing. So everybody should follow the same rules. So now I just like to quote from my papers. Just a little history of the hotel. The hotel was acquired at bankruptcy auction, went into foreclosure, then acquired by a bank. The hotel has been plagued with economic challenges and closure since 2017 due to safety violations. Mayor Reed announced a $4 million state grant in 2024 to support acquisition of the Lafayette Yard. Hotel owners, the primary responsibility for the hotel financial health falls on the owners, individual group of investors or large corporations. They bear the financial risk and are most impacted by the hotel's future. Who are the guarantors of this acquisition? That is a question. Owners who be individual groups or investors or corporations, debt guarantors may be held personal guarantees for the hotel's debt obligation if the hotel fails. The guarantor could be held personally liable for the debt. So my question is, where does the city play a role in this hotel? Are we owners? Are we guarantors? And if the hotel fails, what is the city's responsibility? As a taxpayer, a homeowner, and living in the city of Trenton, and on behalf of our civic association, we would like to know that. We would like to know the answer to that question, because we certainly can't come up with the money and be held accountable for if the hotel fails yet again. And we need some guarantees, but I'm looking at it right now from where I stand. I'm fourth generation Trentonian. My family's family, my family, we all are from Trenton. So I've seen the hotel come, go. I'm like everyone else. I would like to see it work, but I can't see it at this point. Not at this stage in Trenton. We have to come up with a plan of how we want to do our safety for our citizens. And, you know, I don't do the nightlife too much anymore, but I like the nightlife. You know, I like to do it like everybody else. But you know, it has to be done in a safety environment. You know, we have to know where the dollars are coming from. And as the lady said, and I do agree with that, people do come to Trenton and they take what Trenton has and then they move away, and then we're left with nothing. We have to start all over again. So that's all I have to say, because I'll be back at next council on the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Horn. The next meeting is actually on the 7th for anyone who does want to send the next meeting.
Kevin Andrade.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Kevin Andrade. My business is located at 439 South Broad Street. I do have a few concerns in regards to the usage of the money of the Trentonians. Somebody brought this earlier that $35 million was assigned for the police department, and they only used 27. The lack of management, the lack of directions, and a common sense jeopardized the safety of these Trentonians. You, as a council, has the responsibility to make the directors and everybody in the city accountable. There's no way that somebody's going to come and say, oh, we need more money too. When you misuse the money, you don't put the money where it's supposed to be. If you have $25 million and you have to allocate it $7 million and then $11 million last year, that is mismanagement. That director should be gone by now. And I'm telling you, one of the things in common sense in business applies for the public as well. If you don't know what to do with the money, don't do it. Just leave somebody else who knows what to do with the money to manage that, because it's jeopardizing not just the safety of the people who lives in Trenton, but it also jeopardizing the opportunity for business continue growing. I'm really surprised that hotels want to come to Trenton. You know how many times this is the sixth most dangerous city in the country. Just 5 cities in the country are more dangerous than Trenton. That means a lot. I have all the data from 2024, 2023, and I can give you and explain in 2 or 3 hours. Trenton is not the safest city. And the people who's walking at night, midday, any time of the weekends, they should be protected. It's not possible that we have 14 police officers patrolling the city every time that we need every ship. We should have 50 cars on the street providing safety. The rape, you know how many rape we have in 2024? 62 people were victim of rape. Over 11,000 people was victim of burglary. We have a lot of people suffering in this city. And the council has to take the leadership in that. You guys are responsible for it. I have a business here. You know what I stay overnight when I come here to Trenton and Princeton? And not because I don't like Trenton. I love Trenton. The people here, the business is beautiful people. And then because one of the business is doing something, not even the business, the people who's going to one business in town, everybody wants to punish all the businesses and close earlier and open late. And that's just ridiculous. You know what you should do is point responsibility on that business who's doing mismanagement. And just stay that business. You need more security. And if you will receive another 5 or 6 phone calls and it's vandalism here outside your business, your license should be gone. That's how you fix it, the problem. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but I'm in business since I was 16 years old. I want to bring more business to Trenton. I want to promote and advertise more business here. Hopefully, we're going to have a beautiful Hyatt, Radisson, many hotels here. But in order to operate a business properly, you need to be in a safe environment. Somebody asked earlier, I think somebody asked to the first hotel was making the presentation, what are you going to do in order to make it work, the hotel in downtown? We can bring entertainment. You know what is beautiful? Always going to a city and close to the Dulles Airport. And it's a beautiful city there. You can walk anytime, 24/7. Nobody is going to rob you. People behave. You know what it calls? Enforcement, law enforcement. If we don't have people here to do what they're supposed to do, they should be gone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Letitia Peters.
Letitia Peters? Nope. Okay.
Okay, I have Maria Herwig already went. Joan Bmore. Joan Bmore. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with the writing.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Ms. Jones.
I am Joan Broachmore. I live at 617 Greenwood Avenue in the city of Trenton. I am adjacent to the property at 615 Greenwood Avenue. I have been fighting for over 25 years to get that piece of property. My husband and I have, we've been responsible for keeping it maintained, so that it looks presentable to the city and to people that come in and out of the city, because Greenwood is the main drag. At this point, am waiting, I guess, for a response from the city. But after 25 years, there's no reason for me to be going on and on about trying to, get this piece of property. So that's my purpose for being here. I also had some issues with regards to what's going on in the city in terms of the violence and the criminal activity. A lot of people already addressed it. I have lived in the city for over 30 years, and there's just, it's looked like it's getting worse, with the homelessness, with people laying on the ground. My husband and I, for the last 2 weeks, we must have called the police station about 3 to 4 times about seeing bodies lying on the ground that appeared to look like they were dead, and then circling around until the police showed up. So clearly, this is not what we want for our city. It has definitely gotten worse. And I don't know where, I'm willing to do whatever that's necessary to help. I am an advocate of the city. We have worked for close to 45 years with one of the bigger food pantries. We give out food 4 times a week. We give out clothes from different entities. So whatever I could do to help, I want to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Kevin Hines.
Good evening. Kevin Hines, host of the People's Podcast, 125 South Warren Street, downtown Trenton, New Jersey. I just want to speak about urban entertainment and the rabbit in the room. Most of us know this meeting is really about the weed man and the mayor's back and forth. I don't work at the weed man's establishment, so I don't have interest because I don't work there. However, I am a promoter and have been an event promoter here in the city of Trenton for 16 years now. So, I'm very big on urban entertainment, and I think that from what I see going on here in Trenton as it relates to downtown here, we have a problem. I had the weed man on the podcast last week. We acknowledged that it's a problem with the people loitering, the violence and all that. However, I don't think the solution to the problem is putting in ordinances to close them early or to any business. It's not fair to the other establishments, and it's still not even fair to him. I think that we should come up with a better solution, because the problem that we've been having here in Trenton for the longest is we let the overwhelming majority of people that come out to events are coming out to have a good time. I want to say 85 to 90% of the people that come out to events come out and they behave themselves, they go home, they have a good time. But of course, there's always a few bad apples that ruin it for everybody. We can't let the few bad apples continue to shut us down for our nightlife here in Trenton. We've seen it at all the other establishments, and we end up not having anything to do here in Trenton. I just think that it's not the answer. Shutting them down early, shutting the other businesses down early who don't have that problem. It's just not fair overall. I think that I like what the councilwoman spoke about earlier. I think it was Councilwoman Gonzalez or Edwards about the rearranging, the police department, and seeing what we can do with that. Because I think the outside, once people leave the establishment, that is a police issue. I think that we need to look more into that and figure out a solution within the police department that could work more hand in hand with the business owners and the city to fix the problem, as opposed to closing hours down early, making the hours be earlier than what they already are. I think that is, we lack nightlife, consistent nightlife here in Trenton, and we have been for years prior to this. And I just think that that's not going to help. And I'm here as an advocate for nightlife here in the city of Trenton. And I think that, we need to find ways to improve the nightlife, not take it away. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Costas Kalabopoulos. I apologize if I've butchered your name. Thank you.
He's gone.
Scott Craver. Ed Forcion. Hey, brother.
Good evening, City Council. I feel like the elephant in the room. In the last few weeks, I've been blamed. I think I've been defamed. I've even been insinuated that I got a body on my hands. The mayor practically did it tonight. I absolutely deny those things. I wish the mayor was here. I noticed he sat here for half an hour and ranted and raving and put out a bunch of gibberish and then left. The one thing I want to notice, though, there are more police officers in here than the entire entertainment district. And it's been like that since November of 2024. Now, this all feels like deja vu to me, so I have to go back a little bit. In 2016, 2017, the last administration, the Jackson administration, came at me like crazy about the hours of operation. I ended up catching all these fake charges. I ended up sitting in jail for 447 days. All charges was dismissed, or I was exonerated, or I was found not guilty. And it all started over the same thing, hours of operation. And the fact of the matter is I could read. And I read the statute and I knew exactly what I could do. But somehow, in the dysfunction of the city, whoever's in charge, couldn't read, and they sicked the police on me. It happened again last year. That's where the deja vu comes in. Last year, 2020, wait a minute. While I was in jail, the city created this entertainment zone and allowed the entertainment zone to have a 24-hour zone. Okay, I saw that. I read it. But after I got out of jail, I was so angry. I was like, man, I'm going to Miami. And I went to Miami for a little while. And then later I changed my mind, decided, you know what? I'm going to make this something. I bought the building. I invested $500,000 in renovating the building. The mayor is talking about people coming to town and investing. Yo, I was one of them. I ended up in jail. You guys are inviting the hotels and all. You never put them type people in jail. But last year, same thing happened. All of a sudden, the police were showing up at 11 or 2 o'clock and saying that they had to close me down. Again, I could read. I absolutely knew that I had every right to. So I just started documenting it. Last summer, there were plenty of police officers in the entertainment district. And every couple of nights, 10, 11, 12 of them was shutting me down. And I documented every single time. And then in October, I filed a lawsuit naming the mayor. Guess what happened in November? I see he left too. West Bridges left too. In November, I file a lawsuit. I name the mayor. West Bridges contacts me and says, "Oh yeah, you're right. You're allowed to stay open 24 hours. Can you lift the lawsuit?" I said, "No, compensate me for the last 6 months you've been bothering me." Nope, wouldn't do it. But then I noticed, I don't know if it was a blue flu or somebody in the police department, somebody in the administration, suddenly there was not 10, 11, 12 police officers in the entertainment zone to shut me down. Suddenly there were no police officers. And again, I documented it because I learned my lesson. So I documented it. I am waiting for this lawsuit. Okay. So there's no police officers. So all winter long, all summer long, as the crowd started building up again, nothing. There was nobody there. And then when the kids started showing up fighting in May, guess who got blamed? I got blamed. Now, there aren't fights inside of my place. I have 200 or 300 people inside of my place. This phenomenon started happening with people sitting outside, parking lot pimping, tailgating, whatever you want to call it. That's what started happening. And I constantly suggested to I think every one of y'all got my emails. You should have police officers out here. You should get food trucks. You should have vendors. You should turn this into South Street, like Philly. You should turn this into, I was living in Miami for a while, 2nd Avenue. I lived in Los Angeles. I had a business on Hollywood Boulevard. Same thing. There was the entertainment districts. And that was what I was envisioning. That's what you meant by the entertainment district. I didn't know it meant no police officers. You got to close it at 12 o'clock. And by the way, we're going to, just abandon it. Even our own city hall.
Sir.
Thank you.
Letitia Caesar. Letitia Caesar? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. Grace Fernandez. Federico, I'm sorry, I don't see the last name here. Mr. Federico? Manuel Hernandez. Oh, okay.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Manuel Hernandez. I'm speaking on behalf of the Latino Merchants Association. Thank you for having us here. It's a long wait. We're all tired. This is the time I used to be asleep. We have to sit here and wait for our turn. I'm here to ask City Council and the administration to reconsider the resolution to change the hour of businesses in the city of Trenton. It really come to like we're punishing everybody over something that's happening over here in downtown that shouldn't be taken care of by just adding police on the street. I don't think, even though we have been held responsible for what happened outside our businesses in the Chambersburg area, it's not fair. And it's the city and the police department function to preserve the order on the street and to keep us safe on the street. So, we're looking at how the city want to punish and, the backbone of the city. All the small businesses in the city, we are the backbone of the city with the job creators. And, we're not second to nobody. We sat over here for hours and hours listening to this proposition from the hotel over here, from this, people in suit. I want to have people over here that the real people that roll up the shirt every day and the city of Trenton and go to work and have the business here. I already invested the money here in the city of Trenton. We're not talking about $40 million. I have people over here that invested a whole lot more if I put all the money together. So, you know, the business community over here and the small business owners, you know, we're not second to nobody. These people come over here and sue and they get, I don't know why, but they have to come. The mayor came and spoke about this, and he left. He's not even here to listen what we have to say about it. You know, that's not fair for the existing business here. It's not fair at all. You know, we should be shown some type of respect. You understand? Not because we don't have a suit on, but we come working shoes, you know, working pants and everything. Most of our members already left. Why? Because they have to go back to the businesses. And, you know, and that's not fair for the people that are here already paying taxes and employing people. That's not fair for the people here, I'm telling you. And what you want to do, you know, most people over here and the mayor and the administration, they don't know. They want to enforce like 6 o'clock in the morning for businesses, you know. They don't know the business over here that open at 4 o'clock in the morning. They don't know that there's people over here sweating already at 4 o'clock in the morning to make a hard living, you know, to pay their rent, to support their children. So I don't know how the city want to do that without consulting to anybody. Do this, just impose themselves, you know. It's not fair for the people that are here already. You know, just look at South Broad Street from the county office to Cass Street, how it's changing. Has the city invested any money there? Like they do in downtown over here, they put all the money in downtown. Look at that. Look at the changes over there. Look how many storefronts looking good over there. Have the city invested a penny in that? I want them to tell me. If anybody here from the city that is left here that want to listen to us, I want them to tell me how much money the city, how much tax they give to these people that invest money. All these people that were here. And they already gone. So you know, it's very unfair what the city wanted to do, you know. It's very unfair with the business owner that is here in downtown. It's the city job to protect the citizens outside the business. It's not the city owners. When are we going to understand that? You know, Latino business has been punished here for years and years and years with this BS. I'm sorry to say it like that. That is their responsibility to what happened in the street. They call the police. They get cited by ABC. Why? Because there's a fight outside. They were the one that called the police, and the police used to come there and cite them to ABC. That's not fair for business owner here. People that come over here, invest the money. People are here to put their money. Not just to put the money, to roll up the shirt every day and work. And I don't know when the administration, the city, and the city officials are going to understand this. This is going to move. This is never going to move the city forward. Nowhere. We're not going anywhere. You want to have an entertainment business? Okay, you voted to have an entertainment business. You got to have security, like he said before. You got to have security. You want to have an entertainment business without security and just have everything on the business owners? You got to have security. You want to bring people to downtown? He brought people to downtown. They disorderly or whatever they did. It's not his fault. Police have to be there to protect the people and to protect whoever is there, having fun or whatever. If they, but it's real. I think you should think about this resolution and go back to it and it's not going to help anything in the city. I can tell you that. It's not going to help any business. It's not going to help any entertainment business or anything like that. And the city is not going to move forward. Thank you and good night for.
Thank you.
Jackie Leon.
I think she left already.
Okay. Charlotte and San. Okay. Thank you. Victoria Rosari.
I gotta go back.
Again, it's an honor to be in front of you. I'm Victor Rosari, 19 Moreland Avenue. I was looking at the scriptures and this thing that Paul says about we're not fighting flesh and blood, but we're fighting spirits, and the spirits are principalities, and principalities are rulers. So, and then the spirits must in some kind of way get into the ruler, or the ruler, once he's in power, lets the spirit out. But the issue is that whoever is pulling the strings, and that's supposed to be the rulers or the leadership, and of course, in politics, would be the politicians. Either the devil comes out in the spirit or the spirit gets into them, they become a devil. So it's the devil that's pulling the strings. So in Trenton, New Jersey right now, I've been lenient because Reed Guziora, he's been attacked many times by city residents for his lack of leadership. And today I was discussing this with a very close friend of mine, or more than a friend, and I concluded that the problem in the city is not any director or head of department, but the mayor himself. I don't think. See, a long time ago, I was told by a Muslim that Trenton is one of the hardest cities to break. They called Trenton, the Muslims, the desert. And many years before that, I was told that Trenton was a city that ran almost any jail in New Jersey. They ran it. They ran the jails. And along with that, Trenton was like a little New York. So I'm thinking that the problem in the city is that to deal with tough Trentonians, you need a tough leadership, and Guziora is not the one. And along with that, for people to come into, see, what I see that Trenton is the way it's being designed right now with this hotel is that only big shot with people with money that will come here and from the outskirts somehow fly into Trenton, avoid what they call the wards or the ghettos, and go there and leave from there and never really get into the city of Trenton or deal with Trentonians. So we already out. But I know for a fact, once Trentonians get in there, they're gonna tear the place up. So that's not right. So what I'm saying is that Trenton should be open. Like I'm a party person, of course, but it should be open where we all have a good time, like we're supposed to in so-called America, which I call a piece of heaven on earth. You can't get it better than Trenton, because Trenton was like what used to be like the heavens. In the heavens, there was a war between the good and evil. America, the same way. The only thing is that we are in the physical, but we have the freedom to do what we want until we come against, say, law enforcement, for instance, or God. That's to actually come into Trenton, these outsiders come into Trenton to get the money and leave. To actually come into Trenton and invest in Trenton, become a Trentonian, you have to love the people of Trenton, and we know there's predominantly black people. And now, when we get to black people, we're talking about two kinds of black people, the righteous and unrighteous. The Bible and the Quran said, well, the teaching, the Nation of Islam taught me that the tribe of Shabazz was actually the original Arabs of 50,000 years ago that everybody's overlooking, who actually are the heirs to that territory called the Middle East. And then the other black people who are Shaitan, or we call the nation Yaqub, Shaitan, Iblis, then they are the ones that were created to destroy the righteous black people, and that's how we get involved. And I'm just saying that making sure, I changed my way of my thinking for the night, and I concluded that Guziora has to go before we put blame on Steve or anybody else. Or if Steve was down with him, he got to go too. So therefore, let's get rid of both of them. But don't say that you're going to bring somebody in to do 75%, 80%, 85%, 99%, but never get 100%. And the 100% are the ones right there that everybody's complaining about. The ones who are defecating in front of City Hall. The ones who are urinating around the corner. The ones who are killing each other or killing righteous people. We don't even know what we want to do. We don't even have the right kind of preachers in Trenton to tell the truth. So we all cloned together, killing each other. And that's because of the war going to leave a butt, because of bad leadership. Bad leadership. And when you take those positions, you should be aware that we are in war going evil.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Victor.
Rashid Simmons.
Hello, my name is Rashid Simmons. You could call me Rara. I live at 1 Kingsbury Square, apartment 4F. Um, I'm not for ordinance. I'm not a business owner. I'm just a civilian, though. I feel like there's a lot of history within Trenton that a lot of people tend to neglect. And just like how Trenton has a punk rock history, we also have a club music history, right? And when we talk about Jersey Club music, Trenton is part of the epicenter, whether you're talking about DJ Big, whether you're talking about Shaquille the producer or DJ Goofy, whether you're talking about DJ Telly Tells, who produced it, Sierra's, level up, right? Like we have platinum level history here. It's just that there's no investment because in my era, I spoke to you on my age, right? I'm 33. We made our own team parties. We made our own house parties. The city wasn't backing us, right? Though my people in Baltimore, right? Because I'm a part of the club community, they're backed by the Baltimore mayor. So to me, I always ask, what is preventing Trenton from investing into our community here? Because we see the team parties are causing a lot of the energy and motion, and it's clearly summertime. So we need to give these people an outlet, whether it's dance teams, because in my era, we had Team Nasty, we had Team 609, we had Tango Nation, right? We had outlets for these kids to do something. And young adults by many respects. So I feel like we should tap back into that culture because like we all know this is a racial issue, whether we want to admit it or not. This is a largely, Black and Latino community as well. So I feel like if we're going to address the issues in the city, besides putting everything into policing, we should also invest into other cultural and historical aspects that is already here in the city because we have the manpower and resources to get things done. It's just a matter of investment and a matter of allowing these things to actually grow, bloom, and flourish. Because a lot of these DJs, producers, dancers are still here. They're the day-to-day workers. Some of them are business owners and community organizers in many other places as well. So I feel like, like how someone mentioned that how a lot of people use Trenton as a stepping stone. I feel like Trenton should give that foundation and should lay down that brick in order for people to stand on so they don't have to go nowhere else. And they can use this as their means to build these 7 square miles. And with that being said, that's it. Just don't do the ordinance.
Thank you.
Stephanie Robinson.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Robinson. I only have a P.O. box in between housing, so I don't have an address. So I have some issues I want to address, like the trash problem in Trenton. Certain parts of Trenton is especially dirty, which is also very embarrassing for Trentonians. I don't know if it's because we don't enforce laws about littering. I think it's just freaking disgusting. Also, certain streets, I know y'all trying to tackle, I don't know if y'all doing the net zero thing with Phil Murphy. With the safety, with the streets, certain streets I can't stand. They're not safe. Just like Parkside off what's that street? It's Parkside off of West State. It feels like a highway the way it's built, and I can't stand that. And you feel very unsafe. Every time I cross that street, I run. I don't sit there and take my time because I know the way it's made. You don't sit there and think to yourself, "Oh, I'm in Trenton now. Let me drive the correct, miles per hour." I know I'm not going to do that. I'm going to drive really fast because that's how you build it. And thanks to World War II and thanks to the suburbanization, that's why y'all build your roads like that and cutting through African-American neighborhoods and Latinos and etc. That's why our roads are the way they are, which sucks because certain parts of Trenton are very unsafe. They look like that. And certain parts, someone I know lost their loved one to Route 29 off of Layler Street because it's not safe the way it's built. I know the Trenton Department of Transportation claimed they did something to make it safe. I seen the video. I thought it was pathetic. It's not safe. I still feel very unsafe. If I cross that street, I'm running. You think I'm going to sit there and take my time on that street? No, it's very unsafe, and several others. Also, another issue, the rescue mission is very horrible. The CEO, y'all need to get rid of him. The guy who, one of the bosses there, Tyrone, he talks to you like you're trash. And it's very nasty. It's very dirty in there. They just disrespect you. Not all staff, but some staff do. Some of the social workers, they could care less about the people there. They don't really help you like that. You really have to be on your own. You got to really be on point of it. If you don't, it is what it is. There's something got to give. I don't like the fact that that's the only homeless shelter in Trenton. On the other one we have, I think it's on Martin Luther King's, only 2 for men and 1 for women. I heard years ago we used to have Silver. I don't know why it closed down, but I would love to see more homeless shelters. Also, I would love to sue the towns for not paying their water bill. I found out at the meeting a while back at the DEP that something about our water is doing more better than it used to do, and that certain towns, not all the towns, no, not majority of the towns, but certain towns that border, I guess Trenton, they pay a water bill, they pay a different rate. I think that's unfair. And then some of them don't even pay their water bill. Is there a way to do a class action lawsuit to sue them? Because how is it you could benefit, y'all want to do realization to benefit off our water and the money that we make off the water, but you don't want to contribute and pay the correct rate and don't want to pay the rent. I mean, the water bill. But yet the Trentonians got to pay the full rent rate. Let them not pay their water bill. You think they're going to sit there and just let them get away with that? No, they're going to shut the water off. And also another thing, I would love to see more job opportunities. I heard Trenton, the Trenton makes the world take bridges known because Trenton's known for its manufacturing. I would love to see more different types of jobs, not just manufacturing. Of course, that's where we messed up at. They say the Midwest had their Rust Belt. No, Trenton also had their Rust Belt and several other towns. But some other towns in New Jersey are doing better than others, including Trenton. I would love to see different types of jobs, different types of opportunities for Trenton. And also affordable housing. Some people had to leave Trenton because it costs too much. And I don't understand why it costs too much, because there's nothing really in Trenton. It's not worth much for it to cost that much. It's freaking ridiculous. I don't know if it's because we're the capital. We're supposed to just give, and nothing ever, we don't never benefit. I also think that's a big problem to me. And also the police problem, it is a problem because we hit the news. That's very embarrassing. It is so bad that if you leave Trenton and you go down south, I've heard people say they don't even say they're from Trenton because they're so embarrassed by how things are run in Trenton. And then, you know what we call down south? We're called gangland. Oh yeah, because we see the news how Trenton is. Like, you know, and then, you know, some of the people who have died from the police, not all police officers, but, you know, that is a problem. Some of the civilians being murdered by police officers in Trenton. And that's a big problem for me. There's something that has to be done. I don't like the fact when one of the council people asked about the numbers and then about allegedly 14 people only being patrolled per day. That's ridiculous if we have enough officers to be able to patrol. And then there's a big deal with the numbers and, oh, we got to keep that. I don't know if y'all have to talk in private or something. I feel as though Trentonians pay money. They should also know. I don't care what nobody's saying. And the fact to say, oh, we don't have the right to tell the police officer what to do. Not when people are getting murdered. Not when there's not enough safety in Trenton. Certain streets, you really have to worry about your life. You have young people dying, you have older people. So that's a big problem for me. And it's, you know, it's just sad that the people in
Jamie Owens.
How you doing? My name is Jamie Owens. I'm of Mercer County in Trenton, Tony, whatever you want to call it. I've been here all my life, 38 years. I've been an advocate. I don't have any felonies. We have hope here.
Excuse me, Mr. Jamie, can you state your address for us, please?
Trentonian.
We
I
always
represent
ask.
the whole Trenton.
I understand that, but we
Mercer
always
County
ask for
too.
name and address as everyone came up to the mic and said it.
What's this address?
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm from City Hall. I'm from City Hall.
You could have gave them any address.
Yeah, 620 West State, I guess.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I think the biggest problem that I've experienced being a Trentonian is lack of leadership, failure. We selfish out here. Like the face of Trenton
We can't hear.
it should be better. We're the capital of New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Like the reason why crime is here because y'all took away all our resources, our weed and seed, our 611, our Western Little League. Like we had things to do, me growing up. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we don't have enough push here. I actually tried to make it to the NFL. We had no push here. We had no leadership here. You know what I'm saying? So it came to a point where I wanted to leave here, but my heart lies here. My passion lies here. So I'm going to die here. And I say that to say We need to do better. I don't think that our mayor has the best interest for us. And it just shows because I feel like the advocates in my city are more powerful than the mayor. Because we're actually on the scene, we're actually talking to our peers. These are my peers. Those people that's out there that y'all complain about, those are my friends, so my family. You know what I'm saying? So it's more or less like, how do you help the situation instead of take it down? You know what I'm saying? Like, take us down. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like rehabilitation is everything. We need more wellness. We need more engagement with wellness centers. We need to start bigging up the real leaders in the city, because I see a few of them in the room. I'm not gonna say no names, but we know who we are. As far as the weed man spot and how he's directing that has nothing to do with him. He's a business. We need to control the city. We need to control the people, and it starts with engaging in the community. The police officers, we don't know them. They don't talk to us. They're only around us to engage in conflict. They're not asking us about our wellness. I seen an officer mistreat this lady so bad, and she was a mental disorderly person. Instead of him asking, who is this lady? You know, asking, because he got the call to come over there to do the job, but he treated that lady so bad, and I wanted to go over there and do something, but I would have got shot. I would have been another statistic. So I want to say to y'all, we need to do better. And I'm not trying to gain sympathy or none of that. Like I said, I'm a Trentonian. I'm born, raised here. I'm going to die here. So we need to do better, or like, you know, I don't have much to say. Like it's all in y'all hands, because I don't know who's the decision makers, but if it's not in this room, we don't need to be talking to y'all. And that's it.
Thank you.
Madam President, those are all the individuals I have listed for
Okay,
public
thank you.
comment.
No,
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, oh, excuse me. I apologize. Robin Vaughn. I'm sorry. I apologize. My fault. I do apologize, Ms. Vaughn. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Garcia. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council President Gonzalez and Vice President Edwards. I just want to say that this is very unfortunate.
Miss Van, can you just state?
Oh,
that,
yeah.
please?
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I just want to say, yeah, our city is lawless right now. Lawless. And we're here because you're the legislators. You can fire the police director. Look at them. You guys aren't even holding them accountable. They're not even here, but you're here. No, I wouldn't be there if they weren't here. Isn't that right, Ms. Feliciano? Right? You either want to be a legislator or you want to be the executive. You know, pass some laws, vote down that ordinance. The nerve of Mayor Goussior to raise an ordinance on behalf of you guys. If you guys wanted that ordinance, you should have raised it. He should do his job as the executive and have the police officers and the director police the city. But instead, he pushed it on you to put up an ordinance. Vote it down. President Gonzalez, you should have never put it up. The nerve of him to put you guys, to try to put you guys to be held accountable for his job. Mayor Reed need to do his job, which he never does. You got businesses in the city that don't even have a license. This shouldn't even be an issue. Get a license.
Thank you.
No, you don't. No, you
No,
don't. The state of New Jersey,
Let's be respectful,
state of New
please.
Jersey
Thank you.
has 5 weed dispensaries and personal dispensaries and medicinal dispensaries licensed in the city of Trenton. They're provided the state provides the oversight for those licenses. The ABC board provides oversight for the alcohol, as well as those are state licensed substances. And if you don't have a license, they'll get the sheriff's department, get the police department, get the Department of Health to issue summonses and citations and have those businesses shut down. Shut them down. It wouldn't be a problem. You're not legal in the city, get out of the city. You don't live here, you're not paying taxes. I don't understand. How is it that a business that's not licensed by the Cannabis Regulatory Commission of the state of New Jersey pay taxes in the city? How are they collecting revenues? What's going on up in here? You guys are either gaslighting us or you just a bunch of idiots. You got unlicensed businesses running the city. Do you not know that these businesses aren't paying fees? Mr. Garcia, are they coming to your office and paying annual fees, permits? These businesses, these weed dispensaries don't have licenses. The ABC, if the alcohol, bars and liquor stores, they're operating on licenses. They got to get inspected. They got to pay fees. They pay taxes. I want somebody to tell me, how are these weed dispensaries operating with no licenses? How are they paying the city? How are they? And you guys sit up here, listen to the mayor talking about Councilman Harrison over here talking about, oh, if we want police and law enforcement to provide services, then our taxes are going to have to go up. Well, Mr. Harrison, you got weed dispensaries operating unlicensed, not paying any business fees, not paying taxes, and you're not saying anything about that. I'm getting to wonder what kind of relationships you guys have with these businesses. Somebody either is turning a blind eye, closing your ears. There are 2 weed dispensaries out there. Where's the other gentleman? There's a Bud Bandit across the street and there's Weed Man. None of them are licensed. Wow. So Trentonians, tell these people to follow the law. The inmates are running the asylum. All of you guys got unclean hands. Unclean hands. You know what the doctrine of unclean hands says? That when you have unclean hands, you can't
We have anyone else?
Madam President, those are all the individuals that I have now for public comment. If it's your wish, we can proceed.
In your civic comment is coming. You want to go first? Yes. Is that it? Is that everybody?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So thank you. Can we just get some more order? It is our civic comment portion. So I know there's been a lot said today. So before I even start the civic comment, I do want to just say I apologize that the list is closed for speaking purposes. You already had the opportunity. My apologies. But just before we begin the civic comment, I do want to acknowledge that I want to say, thank you to all of those who sat in the businesses.
Got the agenda items and we still, Madam President, we still have the agenda items and resolution and ordinance.
Right, but I thought we go to, okay, go ahead.
Oh, are we doing, I'm sorry, my apologies. Are we doing civic comments?
It's all right, go ahead. I wanted to address some of the things that were said, but it's okay.
No worries, I apologize.
Crystal, it's all right. It's all right. Don't do it. I got it. I got it when I'm ready. Thank you. So, Mr. Garcia, we'll continue on with business. I just wanted to, them to hear some of the things, but obviously they don't want to hear it because they're leaving. So that's what I was about to do, but they're getting up to leave. So clearly they don't want to hear it. So now we're going to keep the agenda. So, Mr. Garcia, I do want a motion to change, to amend the agenda over to have civic comment moved up so that those that are in the audience who wish to hear a response can hear that. Please.
Thank you, Madam President. If that was your motion, you just need a second.
Second.
Noted. Second from the Vice President. I'll call roll.
To move.
And this is a motion to amend the agenda to have civic comment directly follow this public comment, correct?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Now, before I start the civic comment portion, I just wanted to acknowledge, as the president, I will take responsibility for, the amount of time that was spent on other issues that came prior to the public comment. So I will take full responsibility. Please don't yell at my colleagues. It is not their fault. I'm going to take full responsibility for that because I was not expecting the portion with the mayor to go as long as it did. So to that point, I am going to begin public comment. I'm going to allow Councilwoman Feliciano to go first.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight and for being here. For everybody that spoke your piece tonight, we thank you. We heard you as always. Your words do not fall on deaf ears. I do want to touch on, I'm going to touch on several things that were said. But first, I would like to start off with what Ms. Vaughn left us with, right? Always the mic drop with you. I appreciate you coming and saying what you said. But to that, I'm not an idiot, and neither is any of my colleagues that are sitting up here. We're not bought or anything. So to be clear for you and anybody else that's listening, yes, Ed Fortune, the New Jersey Weed Man, did endorse me when I ran for city council when I got on. I went for the endorsement because I wanted it. Okay, he gave it to me. He's noted on my New Jersey elect forms. But guess what? That don't have nothing to do with how I vote on anything. So let me get to this. When it comes to the illegal dispensaries, Lafayette like cook food. If his stuff ain't right, it needs to be shut down. If the license is not there, him, Mo Weed, Bud Bandit, everybody that is not legit needs to be shut down. I have emails that I have sent to the administration asking, when are we going to shut down the illegal businesses, the dispensaries? What are we doing? I get back, we don't have the resources. Damn that. When are we going to do what needs to be done? So please don't think anyone in this room that I or my colleagues have not asked the questions, because some of us choose not to be out loud and be screaming and hollering. That does not mean that the work is not being done. And that does not mean that our intention for this city is going left or right. And it does not mean that anyone is kissing anyone's butt, is anyone's pocket, is anyone's puppet, or anything like that. We're here for what is right. And we're going to make sure that we do it to the best of our ability. So I just wanted to say that when it comes to the issues of this ordinance and the businesses, it is said that the businesses, the people that came out that talked, the majority of them, they had to go. The time belabored itself. Thank you, Council President, for your explanation and stepping in the forefront. I don't think that everyone should be penalized because of the actions of people that happen to choose to be around a certain area, regardless of where they are visiting. Let me say that. I had worked on an ordinance that will be coming back. I just want to make sure that I get it correct, though, that speaks to gatherings of people, right? So let's say we have a gathering of 20 or more people. If you don't have a permit, so if you're sitting or standing on the city hall steps, you're hanging out, wherever you are, who has a permit out here? We ain't got no permit. Okay. So now Trenton Police comes and says, you have to disperse and leave this area, you must go. You don't want to go, you get hit with a $1,000 fine because you're not getting up out of there to go. Now you start hitting people in their pockets enough, people going to be like, let me go ahead and be on my way and get out of here. I'm not necessarily for the timing of it. It's about the people that are congregating and causing the problems. When it comes to the weed man and the question about him, did he incite this? Did he have anything to do with this? In my opinion, the people, if they was hanging out on the steps, they was hanging out on the steps. They ain't had no business there. Now, this is my opinion. You ain't gonna put me in the court case, are you? I don't care if you do, I'm gonna say it anyway. When you shine the light on the building while the people are congregating and hanging out, and you're shining the light, and you like F the city and the government and this and that, and yeah, and they partying under like, yeah, you do have something to do with that, in my opinion. We have to do better overall as business owners and be respectful. We may not always agree with each other. I do agree with Kevin Hines when he said that there could have been a conversation of some sort. I do believe that that could have taken place, but I don't believe in the constant antagonizing and the bickering back and forth about things. People have to grow up. We have a city that we need to run, and we need to do it the right way. I want to commend my colleagues for the thought that we put into this. And please don't think that this was just put out there and Council President was like, oh yeah, I'm with this. She waited a minute to give us time so that it wasn't even done virtually, so that we could come here and be in person. She ain't sitting up here saying, oh yeah, put it on. We doing it now tonight because that's what they said to do. And we're not here to carry nobody's water. I'm finishing up. We're not here to carry anybody's water. We're here to do the business of the city. And however everyone votes tonight, if they're voting from their conscience, from their perspective on how it is, regardless of who likes it or not, that's what we're put here to do. And if they feel that it's in the best interest for the city and the overall good, so be it. Public safety is an issue. We need to tighten it up all over this city, regardless of the vote tonight. Public safety does need to be better. Thank you all for coming out. God bless.
Thank you. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg. Sorry, I'm just going to keep going down this way.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to keep this brief. To the point that was made with regard to the dispensaries in the city of Trenton, I just want to speak for myself. No money has ever been given to me from any weed dispensary, whether legal or illegal, in the city of Trenton. That does not harbor anything on the way I vote, the way I feel, my opinion, what I think is right versus wrong. If anybody knows me as a council person, I'm going to vote my conscience one way or another. And I have been the one who has gone against the grain of my council members more than enough times. I will vote the way that I feel fit. To the gentleman that said that we are taking away from resources in the city of Trenton. We're not taking away from resources of anything. Chris Christie took away resources in the city of Trenton when he dropped us from $46 million to $6 million when he was in office as our governor, and we have not come back from that. There has to be cuts, and there were cuts. One of the primary cuts at that time were our police officers, and we have not revamped from that. So do not say that this body, this legislative body right here, or the mayor right now, currently took anything from the city of Trenton, from the residents, any resources. And I will say, I'm a Trentonian through and through. I'm born and raised here, and I grew up on those resources. So I understand the benefit of those resources. I understand how important they are, and I understand what they mean to manifesting our youth and coming up and building us and giving us something to do so we're not in the streets. It's a whole different time from when we grew up. But I just want to be clear, that has nothing to do with us here. We are still trying to revamp the monies that was taken from us because we were considered less than from Chris Christie when he was in office as our governor. So let's be clear about that. We are trying, we are working, we are pouring in whatever money that we have in our budget to make things better. Things take time, and I understand that. Things are not going to happen overnight. People get upset. We are lawless. Somebody said we're lawless. Absolutely correct. The city of Trenton is lawless. There are so many things that we put forth, and we want to say, oh, we want this to be better and this to be better, and let's do this. And we put forth ordinances, and we revamp ordinances, and we reinvent the wheel over and over again. And then we're always faced with the same thing, but how are we going to enforce it? We don't have the enforcement capabilities. We are trying to get back, get out of the hole that we have been in. I feel like myself and my colleagues are trying to do that, and everybody has their own unique way. And we are definitely trying to be that voice to try to do better. We're listening, we're coming to the table, we're giving our ideas. We are trying to be better leadership. We're not bickering with one another, we're working with one another, and we are trying to show that we a more positive way. So I just wanted to leave y'all with that. I know we have a hard decision tonight with these ordinances that are coming forward. And I trust in my colleagues that we're all going to vote our conscience and what we feel is best for the city. We want safety. We want the city to prosper. And I think that my colleagues are going to do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Frisbee?
Thank you, Council President. So there's a lot that was said here this evening, and I too want to address Council to Ms. Vaughn. No one on the stage is an idiot. We don't even come close to it. All of us are doing our job. It is not our job to hire nor fire directors, and you absolutely know that. So it is our job to bring things to the forefront. But I don't hire our directors. I don't fire directors. That is not
Ms.
my
Vaughn,
job. And you would know, you had your say. It's now my turn.
Ms. Vaughn, she has the floor. Thank you, Ms.
had your
Vaughn.
say. Thank you very much. As far as the rest of this concerned, we don't, this full body of council, we sit together, we talk, we confer. We don't always agree, but we respectfully deal with situations. We have passed hundreds of resolutions. We have passed hundreds of ordinances in our short term up here, far more than the previous council. So we are actually doing our job. The things that are coming before us, we are addressing them. The issue with I agree with you on that if someone does not have a license, no, they absolutely should not be in business. And yeah, we need to make sure that we take care of that. Has this is the first time that this has come up? Absolutely not. Have we all been addressing it? Absolutely. Yes, we have. So we've been trying to figure out how do we get it actually done. So as our council president has said, if those who are sitting in the seat will not address it, then maybe those people don't need to be in the seat. So we have been asking for support. We've been telling them this is how we feel. And we have been sending emails, as my colleagues have said as well, getting myself off of defense. I do want to address those young lady who's talking about with water. Yes, we absolutely need to go after those who started a firestorm and then left town about the water bill issue. And now that it has come to light that they owe money, now they don't have anything to say. Rescue mission, yes, we absolutely need to address that everybody should feel safe wherever they are. And I don't care for anyone to not feel safe in their place of being. Our job is to protect I feel the residents, to do what we feel is best as far as how we are governing the community. The ordinance that we're going to be voting on tonight, I vote my conscience. Nobody tells me what to do, how to think, and you can give me your opinion, but that's all it is, it's your opinion. I will absolutely vote the way I feel is best. And I will continue to do that. With that, I want to let others know I have a West Ward Community Conversation meeting that comes up every second Tuesday of the month, unless it is otherwise posted at 600 Artisan Avenue. I'd love to have you come out and let's have conversations there. Also, the next Trenton City Stat Initiative is Wednesday, August 20th at 5 p.m. here at City Hall. Love to have you come out. You can speak to the directors, tell them everything that you feel about it. Advocate for Children of New Jersey and Mercer Street Friends. They're hosting a community conversation on whole child initiatives. There's going to be this flyer here. It's on Wednesday, August 20th from 9 a.m. to 1. If you want to scan it, you can do that as well. I want to remind everybody there are officially less than 100 days left until Election Day, and we need everyone at the ballot box. In New Jersey, we'll be voting for a new governor, all 80 seats in the state assembly, and countless other local elections. You can go to the state website and you can get, if you need to still register, whether you're able to make it for this one or not, we still need everyone to get themselves registered. Your voice is your vote. If you do not vote, you have just given away your voice. I'm going to close with a portion of the city's statement. Thank you. it saying that we recognize the people of Trenton recognizing that the people of Trenton have made us guardians of the public trust. We are committed to govern with integrity and fiscal responsibility, to seek excellence in the city's operations, and to serve all the city's people with respect and compassion. I thank everybody for coming out. I thank all of you who stayed out here this evening. I thank every officer that came out here this evening. I thank every business owner that came out here this evening, and our administration, all the staff. I thank all the community members. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being out here. And thank you for voicing. Whether we are in agreement with you or not, we appreciate each and every one of you being out here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to everyone for being here tonight. Thank you for also witnessing what our council does together. We support each other, just as unfortunately I did when I pounded the dais 3 times, try to help my my council president. Sorry, just the way I was youngest of 7. It's a thing. But regarding a lot of the issues we're facing, I just want to say, regarding homelessness, we need more options in the city. I'm glad that was brought up. It's pervasive. It's not just here, but we are the epicenter because people come here because we have the resources, but we do have to do better and help more people. Everyone should pay their water bill. Everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, what business, what organization with, everyone. Now, some of the issues at hand. Tonight, while it looks like it's about the weed man and the mayor, it's much bigger than that if you think about it. We have to start having a city where businesses, pop-up nightclubs, things that are done in other places can happen here. I was just in Boston for 3 weeks. It was very interesting to see what they're doing across the board. They face very similar issues. More of an affluent city, much bigger city, but there are things we can learn from other places. But we need to have a partnership and a responsibility from our business owners, our entrepreneurs, as well as the city. You do have a responsibility to your neighbors. You do have a responsibility to those patronizing your city. And you do have a responsibility to the most of the city who will not patronize your business or come to East State Street or other places because they either don't have a need to go to, or they don't want to go to, or they fear to. We have to make this a Trenton for every Trentonian. Now, I have to think about my constituents who are living where these things are happening. It's not just on East State Street, it's other places with illegal nightclubs and so forth. And I've had moms come and speak with me with tears in their eyes about living in fear with trying to raise their kids. That's a true thing. Talk to some of the folks at the Broad Street Bank building who are paying real good rent and are afraid to walk 2 blocks from their apartment. It's heartbreaking. The city needs to grow. It needs to nurture and needs to succeed. And we need to do that together. Chaos for social media purposes is not helping us. People seeing folks fighting, doing whatever, I'm not going to get into bodily functions. That is a joke. We can't be other people's entertainment. It's sickening. It is sickening to be someone else's entertainment. I'm sorry, it just makes me angry. When I know people in Hamilton Township, Ewing, are laughing at us. I grew up here, just as many of y'all did. We grew up in an era where everybody moved out because supposedly the grass was greener, the skies were bluer. We have to build this city back. And I apologize for getting angry there, but we need to respect ourselves and we got to respect each other. And to comment earlier about baseball and 611 and West Trenton, I can assure you, as my colleague is a major supporter of West End, Councilman Figueroa Kettenberg, big supporter of 611. I'm a big supporter of North Trenton. We have thriving baseball in the city. However, we do need to get more kids involved in playing. That is right. But that's where we need your help. There are things for people to do in this city. There are things for our youth, but we got to talk to each other. We got to get that word out. Gentlemen talked about Baltimore. We have a Househead Festival coming up next month. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, but it's all music that people have fun and have a good time with. We need to make sure that we are telling people what the good that's going on. We talk so much about the negative. Let's talk about the good. Now, I just want to say one thing about, there was an issue with lasers was brought up, and this has been going on. And I'm going to tell you because this bothers me, because of where I sit in the dais, I see that laser come in when it came in through the city council meetings. Shooting lasers, things like this, that doesn't help you make your argument when you have a belief in something. Believe in it, great, that's awesome. We could discuss it, we may disagree, but believe in it. But things like that do not help you. They do not help us. And as when I was a kid growing up, we had a saying for things like that, it's sorry. You don't do things that make you look sorry. We need to make sure we have a functional government. We can do better. Police can do better. We all know that. Next Northward CPAC meeting is on, City Police Advisory Council meetings on August 20th, 5:30 Galilee Baptist Church. Please come. Our special guest, we hope to have Mercer County Sheriff Jack Kemmler with us.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That is your time.
Good evening, everyone. I'll briefly take over while Council President is in the back. It's my turn to speak now. Thank you all for coming out. I just want to commend especially all of the business owners and residents who aren't usually here with us on council meeting evenings. It's a pleasure to see you all. It's disheartening to have you here for this situation, but it was great to hear from everyone, and that's what we need, right? Exercising your rights as a voter, as a Trentonian, as a business owner, so that we can make the right decisions as council members. I'm a representative. I'm not a dictator. So I want to hear everything that everyone has to say, especially those that are operating the business that contributes to our economy. So though I'm going to vote my conscience, I'm going to vote in representation of you all. I don't agree with some of the things in this ordinance. I do like the fact that in the original ordinance, it says 11 p.m. closing time for certain businesses around the city. And this will allow them to now be open until 12 a.m. So that's a good part of this ordinance. However, to the points of many of the business owners that made their points tonight at the public comments, opening up at 6 a.m. does hinder a lot of businesses in the city who are operating earlier than that. Most coffee shops around the United States are open at 5 a.m., not 6 or 7 a.m. And I think that's a part of the detriment to a lot of the coffee shops in Trenton being prohibited in such ways. Our entertainment districts need to be supported, not abandoned. My opinion here is that the administration abandoned the entertainment district. Regardless of whatever the differences were between one particular business, the entire city should not be held responsible for any of that, you know? So like I said, to the mayor and to his staff, verbally and in emails, that we have a responsibility as well. As I said earlier in my comments, that these businesses should not be solely responsible for public safety in the entire entertainment district. This needs public and private partnerships. Public safety is a shared responsibility. It's not one person's or one entity's responsibility. The administration needs to do their part. Specifically, the police director needs to do his job. End of story. You know, the way that I see this, the city could have been making money off of the entertainment district, especially Trenton Parking Authority. We have a big few hundred car parking lot sitting right here behind the Weedman's business on that back street that they could have opened up and charged $5 to $10, the same exact way Mercer County does, the administration, because at the baseball games in their parking lots, they charge $5. So why can't we do that? If we have parking issues here, people hopping the curbs in the back to park in the city parking lot because there's no parking on the streets, then open up the parking lot. Work with the other entities in the city. We have the Trenton Parking Authority Board, and we could have gone to them as an administration, and I say we as a city, but the administration being separate from this council should have gone to Trenton Parking Authority to make arrangements and talk to them about opening that up and providing security. The law enforcement should have never been pulled from this entertainment district, regardless of whatever was going on. Things were happening on the steps of City Hall, not across the street, on these steps. And they've been happening all around the city. And this council has been demanding that something be done. But now that this crowd, after migrating around the city, landed here a year ago, not this year, a year ago. City Hall was coined Club City Hall over a year ago. And we have been trying, we as this council have been trying to get this administration to do what it needs to do to secure this area, not passing the blame like a hot potato, but taking accountability and responsibility for making sure that people are safe, that murder should have never happened. The shooting a couple weeks ago should have never happened. The girls, people out here fighting the police officers. We've been complaining about these officers going in there, responding to 911 calls, and they're put in imminent danger. That officer being punched in the face wasn't the first officer that was attacked. That was not the first night. There were other incidents where officers were attacked, punched in the back of the head, things thrown at them. I've seen the videos and have been raising awareness with this administration. And I was told that the day-to-day operations is the administration's and they'll let me know. I asked for a meeting with these businesses and we got nowhere. So yes, I did a rally to say stop the violence outside to bring awareness and attention. And only then did this administration step up and block the streets off, which took away our legal parking.
Vice President.
I'll digress, now in closing, I want to say that I'm glad that we're here and I will speak more to this when that time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So again, thank you everyone for being present and staying this late with us. First and foremost, let me just state that to Ms. Vaughn, I am not an idiot, none of us up here are. So to that point, as much as we disagree very often, and this is the issue that I'm speaking for myself, that I have come up to the podium. You speak very well, and a lot of your points I agree with. However, your delivery is off. So to call us idiots was very disrespectful. I could say the same thing about you and some of the other past council members for some of the decisions you all have taken. But I will if I had to. However, I'm just going to digress on that. I will tell you that as far as the illegal businesses, I am in agreement with you. I personally sat down with the administration, and that is the reason why some of those summons were sent that same day, not specifically to Weed Man, but to other illegal businesses that's going on. It's not fair to Mojo Life. It's not fair to the other dispensary who are paying into our city. So I totally agree with you. So to that point, what I'm saying is when you speak, your delivery is a little off, but I do agree with most of the things that you have said today. If he's illegal, he needs to stop. I didn't know he was officially illegal until I asked for the paperwork. I had to call down to the clerk's office, and when we heard the information, my colleagues and I were on it. So don't think we're not up here working. I don't boast about all the stuff I do on Facebook. I don't have time to be on Facebook. I don't have time to post a lot of stuff that I do, but don't think that we're not doing our job. Whatever. So to the Weed Man situation, I do agree he should be shut down because we wouldn't have this issue if he was shut down. Not just him, all of them. You're absolutely right. Thank you. So back to the mindset of our people. I am a nightlife person. I love to have a place, and I would love for us to have a great entertainment district. However, the reason why I did agree for the ordinance to be placed on this docket was because there are many businesses, and I just had a meeting with the business owners yesterday. Not many of the Latino businesses showed up, but one. And then we had other business owners that came. I received several calls from a lot of the businesses downtown that are in agreement with this ordinance. However, I have some that are not. There were many who agreed with the ordinance changing of the hours. And that was the reason why I put it up here, and I agreed for it to come on the docket so that we could hear the public's opinion on it. That is the reason why. It wasn't because the mayor said he wanted me to do it. That's not the reason why. It was because of all the phone calls that I received in support of it. And these are coming from downtown businesses. So to that, as far as a nightlife, like I said, I would love to have a nightlife. I don't know any other city that has 24-hour operation, point blank period. So I'm not in agreement with that. So well, that's fine, but I'm not in agreement with it. I don't care, not here in the city of Trenton. So to amend the hours, that was the reason why I was in agreement with it being placed on the docket. I want to go back to the young man who did speak on, back to the police. I do believe we do have a lack of enforcement. That is why I stated earlier, and I know I may have shocked some people, this is not personal. I feel like the director is not doing his job. I feel like it's time for him to step down. I feel like we need to allow someone else that knows how to manage the police officers, the shifting, whatever we have to do. I feel like it's been a dysfunction with the management of our daily operations with our police officers. I don't care who doesn't agree with me, who feels some type of way. I think it's time for the police director to step down, and I am asking for his resignation. Number two, someone spoke about, thank you. Someone spoke about the lack of things. I know we keep talking about weed and seed and weed and seed. We do have programs similar to weed and seed. They're not called weed and seed anymore because that program obviously was a government, it was funded by the government, and we don't have that funds anymore. But we do have many programs that allow our kids to go in from 5 to 18. They are allowed, every rec center is free for our kids to go between the hours of like 2 and 8 p.m. if I'm not mistaken, up until the age of 18. We have stuff going on at Kilmer that's free for our kids. We have stuff at Junior 2 that's at Hetchbeth Williams that's going on for our children they are allowed to be there until 8 p.m. So there are many things for our kids to do. And to be honest with it, as a teacher, as an educator of high school, it's hard to get our kids to come out and actually participate in those things. We do have dance schools all around. So we do have I just met with a group of kids, and I'm sorry I'm rambling because I want to get everything out within this 5 minutes. But even with the kids, I just spoke to a bunch of kids, and the first thing they say is, I'm so happy we have free things to do. We have done our best to try to provide as many free activities throughout the summer for adults and for children. So we are trying our best to make sure we have things for everyone to be entertained. And back to the ordinance, as far as I was looking to amend the time to change it to the 5 a.m. A start time, and the actual ordinance meant that it wasn't for people to be inside of the establishment. People who have to cook, give me 2 seconds, prep and cook their meals to cater for breakfasts, they are allowed to operate before that time. So that was to conclude on that, and I'm trying to ramble, but thank you so much for being present here this evening. Mr. Garcia, can we move to the next part of this agenda, please?
Certainly, Madam President. This time we have the first reading of ordinance 25-069, an ordinance amending chapter 146, Article 5, hours of operation to further restrict the hours of operation for business.
We got a motion. We got a motion to break first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to get the rest of the title out. Establishments located in the non-residential zones and remove certain exemptions.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought you was.
I'm sorry. And Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve that on first reading.
So yes, I want to actually motion to table this.
Understood. Is that your motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Noted. Motion by the president, second by Williams. Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried. On to resolution 25-255, resolution changing the date of the calendar year 2025 municipal budget, public hearing from August 5th to August 7th, 2025.
Maybe have a motion to approve 25-255.
So, second.
Thank you. Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
And Madam President, I believe that is all we have of the agenda at this
Maybe have a
time.
motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Not opposed, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
I'm so mad. I already get to me though. This is a fucking kiss.